GPT-5 sucks. I'm just using it now. Don't say that. Don't say that, Theo. Why are you saying that? Why are you saying that? Why are you saying that? I'm using it now. Yeah, and what the hell is PayPal doing? What is happening? What is happening in the world? Can anyone tell me what is going on? Okay, so let me just give you a brief introduction as to where I'm at right now. Okay, let me take you back in time. Let me tell you a little story. Are you sitting comfortably? Gather around the fire. Hello, sir. Hello, Maxine on YouTube. Okay, so I've been making a data manager web interface for my little custom solution to server data management for my online games going forward. So let's break it down. And that is basically, well, let me show you my GPT description. That basically creates these JSON definition files. Okay, I got this idea from Unity. So Unity's economy system lets you create currency definitions in JSON, and then they end up becoming database tables on Unity gaming services. So I was going to just directly copy Unity's idea and do it that way. But whilst I was making these, it occurred to me that, well, maybe we don't need to turn these into database tables, because if they remain as definition files, they do offer better security. It means less database tables and less bloat on the database. And I could just handle all the logic in the API directly with code, right? We could search, sort, return, update values. Well, no, the values would need to be on a database. These are like initial values. Like we could read an initial value and then apply it to a player's new value. Whatever we need to do, right? So imagine this is like a list of in-game items, right? Yes, hello, Maxine on YouTube. You can hear me, right? I think you can. So yeah, if you imagine that that's like a list of a load of different items that the player can obtain, like potentially obtainable inventory items or something like that, then it also makes it more secure, because if somebody hacks my database, they can't go ahead and change any in-game item. They'd need to actually hack the server itself and the server files containing the definitions, and that's also very quick and easy to fix if that ever did happen, right? Restoring it would be as simple as just replacing one file per, you know, item type, I guess. So that started having me think in a different direction, like, well, okay, if not everything has to be a table and a database, like ultimately it's probably going to want to be a game object in Unity or whatever engine I'm using, right? Essentially it needs to be an object that the client understands as well. So then I started thinking, so okay, now there's a third way to think about this. What if it starts off as a client object, like say in Unity, and then we give it like a net definition file or something like that, a network object or something like that. Data entity script is in my example, and then we have a little script in Unity that then synchronizes all of the data entity objects with my server, and then my server understands all the objects that are coming from the game. Then I think I like the sound of that one, but I was like, maybe I'm missing something. I need to think about how is this the best approach, like what is the best approach here, what are the pros and cons. So I've just started off by sending this sort of quick definition of where I'm at with GPT-5, and I just wanted to see what it came back with. So it says, the core question you're asking, you're essentially deciding between static server-side definition, JSON files or similar. These define shared game objects such as currencies, items, etc. that all players share. They don't change per player, so they don't need to be stored in the database for each user. The server loads them into memory and uses them for logic. Data-driven definitions store definitions in a database table so you can query, sort, and search dynamically. It's more flexible for live balancing, but more overhead and potential security exposure. Or Unity-driven, or whatever engine I'm using, client-driven definitions, I guess. Store definitions in Unity assets, scriptable objects, prefabs, etc. Mark them as server-synced entities. The server still needs a copy of the definitions to validate a request. Yeah, but we would basically build the JSON logic or whatever, the definition logic from the game objects themselves. That one sounds like a good way to do it, because like once I'm in Unity, I feel like I'm gonna want to stay in Unity, if that makes sense. Like, I'm building the game in Unity. The idea of having to leave Unity to then make stuff outside of Unity, but that is happening more and more. The more I'm making more like online data-driven games, the more I am finding that I kind of have to like keep an eye on the server, and I have to keep an eye on this other thing and this other thing and this other thing. It is what it is. So okay, so it's listed the pros and cons for me. So I told it what my goals were. I was like, well, my goals are to make it quick and easy to create in-game objects that all players share, that are safe from hacking, and my API has full access and is synced with the Unity client. So it's like, okay, quick and easy to create. Static JSON on server meets that requirement. The database tables don't. Yeah, I agree with that. And Unity assets do meet that requirement. Safe from hacking. Static JSON on server is definitely safe from hacking. Database tables, yeah, safer from hacking than the Unity. This is the biggest downside for Unity. But the problem is if Unity is source of truth. Well, no, that's not what I'm necessarily saying. I think it's misunderstanding what I mean there. So there it's saying that Unity is the source of the truth, so it's not safe from hacking. I see what it's saying, but I think it's misunderstanding what I meant. What I meant was, we create the objects in Unity. Okay, so let's say this is our Unity here, and we say, okay, you can have gold coin, you can have stuffed bear, and we create the in-game items. Okay, so we create the in-game items in Unity itself. Stuffed bear, magic wand, elixir, horse head, pink bra, ooh, whatever it is, right? So we have a bunch of in-game items, and these sit on Unity. What I was saying is, if we mark an object as a network entity object, I have like a developer script. So let's say we can split this into let's call these like play mode, and like, because I've been doing this a lot lately. So I have dev tools, and then just that's stripped, right? And then like the player version, which is stripped of all dev tools when it finally releases. So what I would do is I would create a script in dev tools that then takes these items and then synchronizes them with the server. But then the player version, this is how I've been doing things lately, actually. This is quite a good way of doing it. So then I have my server. So then my server receives these items. But it means me as the developer, this is nice because it means I can construct things in Unity, and then I know that it's just going to get sent to the server and everything, and the server's going to be happy with everything. And then what you do is you make it so that it goes this way. Normally, it goes this way. So when the player plays the game, it grabs all of this information from the server and then recreates the entities. So you could imagine, like, I have like a ghost copy that acts as like a blueprint, which then becomes logic for the server, which then becomes entities for the server, and then I delete all these for release, and I delete my dev tools from release, and I make sure that the final version of the game is getting its information from the server. So I think because it misunderstood how I would be doing that, it assumed that I was just going to be storing all these locally as game objects. Yeah, if I was storing them locally as game objects, it wouldn't be very safe or secure. But also, why would I even need to talk to the server at all if I was going to do it like that? That would just be storing them as game objects. So if I was going to do it the Unity way, I would do it like this. I think I'm liking this more and more the more I think about it, and it kind of lines up with the way I sort of do things now. Because if you think about it, right, the way I do characters now, this is kind of how this works. I create a character in Unity. and then I have all my characters in Unity, and then what I've been doing lately is I then export the character out as its own custom loadable asset that's completely separate in memory, so it becomes like kind of independent from the rest of Unity. I just use Unity temporarily to like make sure that it will work in Unity, right? So it's kind of weird, but this is kind of what I do now. I create a character in Unity, and then I package it up into a little package that's completely outside of Unity, and then when all my characters are done, it is kind of a risky way of doing things as well, though, because this is why, like, once it's cemented in this box, it's very difficult to change at that point, but it is what it is. And then how do I delete? How do I make a box with? Alright, I knew that wasn't going to do it. How do you use this stupid program? Alright, we'll just do that. Ah! What is happening? Okay, there you go. So now we delete the character from Unity, and then what I do is I need the character back here, right? So what I do is I just pull it. I know it's like long-winded, right? But this is the best way to do it, and the reason why is then I can micromanage memory, and I can add security to this if I want, and I don't have to load all the characters. They don't all have to be there. It keeps my build small. It lets me micromanage every single asset in the game, basically. But yeah, these could also have assets. That's the thing, right? Like, if I extend this system, these could have assets directly attached to them. How do you use this stupid thing? What color am I on right now? I do not understand this logic. Is that my foreground color and that's my background color? I think that's what we're doing here. Yeah, right. Then I would pull the character back into Unity from its stored package, and in that way I can just load characters as and when I want. I can do whatever I want with these packages, right? I could add security to them, I can compress them, I can do whatever I want. And currently I actually just store them separately on the server. So given that I already do something like this, like I create the thing in Unity and then I kind of like prepare it for export almost. I ship it out to the server, and when it gets shipped out to the server, then once I'm happy that nothing's going to change, I can then delete those items, and I already have logic that will load these items back down from the server again. Yeah, so that isn't necessarily true. If I do it that way, this can be a tick. This can totally be a tick. And Unity also ticks this box where these don't, right? API sync with Unity needs export import step. Needs export import step. Unity is source, but server must mirror. Well, yeah, well, of course. Live updates without patch. Yeah, on the static JSON server you can do that. In the DB tables you can do that. Unity asset. Again, this will be a tick. Okay, I think it thought that I was just going to store everything on the client, but why would I be building a server solution in the first place if I was just going to do that? Search sort filter must code manually. Database tables you can do that. Unity you can't. So here's the thing, right? Currently, my favorite solution in my head, I think, what I'm liking the sound of the most, it actually starts out as a Unity asset. It's actually kind of going to become two of these things. So basically, it starts out as a Unity asset on the client, and then it goes through an export function and ends up on the server, and then we add logic to load from server, and then once we're done developing, we get rid of all the local stuff. We get rid of all the dev tools because that would be detrimental, right? So you have like a developer build of the game basically, and then when it's time for the player to play the game just knows how to load the data from the server, and it's essentially going to be this as well. So it starts out as this, then it goes through an export system, and then it ends up as this. The key insight for shared static game data, currencies, item definitions, XP curves, etc. You don't need a database table unless you want to edit them live in production without redeploying the server. The best practice in many online games is server is the source of truth for definitions. Store them in a version static data file, JSON YAML. This is essentially static. How this fits with Unity. If you want Unity to be authoring tool for these definitions, you can create scriptable objects for each definition type. Add a custom Unity editor to make them easy to edit. On build, export them to JSON and upload to your server. Yeah, that's kind of what I'll do. The server loads the JSON into memory at startup. The client also includes the same JSON for offline display, but never trusts it for gameplay logic. Yeah, well, these wouldn't be the static types anyway, obviously. These would be the database tables. These are the non-static types. Always validate action server-side using server's copy of the definitions. If you allow live updates to definitions, version them and have the client request the latest version from the API. Dots, entity-driven design angle. You don't need to go full dots for this. Dots is more about runtime performance and data-oriented memory layout. However, the concept of separating data from logic is exactly what you're already doing here. Data, JSON definition, static, logic, server code that enforces rules. If you later move to dots, your definitions could still be loaded into entities at runtime, but the architecture won't change much. Recommended next steps. Here's what I'd do in your shoes. Decide on single source of truth for definitions. Server-side JSON. Author in Unity using scriptable objects for convenience. Export to JSON during build and upload to server. Load into server memory at startup for fast access. Version the definitions so the client can check if it's out of date. Keep player state in DB but reference statics. Definitions by ID. Scriptable objects. I've never really fucked with scriptable objects. I don't think I would do it with scriptable objects. I would just use game objects, I think. But then I am wanting to move away from Unity eventually. And then I know that both scriptable objects and game objects are very mono behavior centric. So if I don't have mono behavior in the future, I don't have a solution because I can't just stick everything on a game object. So this is another reason why I'm a little bit... I've boxed myself into a corner. Well, no, I haven't. I don't want to box myself into a corner. That's the thing. I don't want to feel like, oh my god, I would have left Unity and I would be so much happier. If only I hadn't have built my cloud save alternative around scriptable objects and game objects. And now I'm stuck and I can't get out and I'm stuck in Unity. And because I don't want to refactor everything. I need to think about this. Essentially what we're doing is we're deciding between it's basically steps to create See, this kind of encroaches right on the story block editor thing that I was doing recently as well. Steps to create game entities. And it comes down to deciding between create entities in a web page, writes to server directly. But this kind of disconnects you from the game. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's a little weird. It doesn't matter too much, I guess. But I don't know, there's something, there's something that like bothers me a little bit about it. I feel like having to go to a specific web editor on my server to create in-game items feels weird. Feels wrong. I think I definitely prefer or create objects in game. These can be entity exported from within the game engine. I think I definitely preferred this approach, I think. It's very, very difficult to know what the right answer is. There is no right answer, but there's massive ramifications from however you architect the system. And now I'm thinking, well, if game engine is God, right? Let's say GEIG, game engine is God. If we're using some philosophy that like game engine is God, and if we want to create static definitions directly in the game engine, shouldn't we also use the game engine to create non-static database tables? Like, should we in fact just be constructing like parent-child relationships, right, as OOP? So we have our OOP, we have our child, we have our child, we have our child. We have this structure already in OOP. Shouldn't we be creating some kind of protocol that can allow this structure to become a database table? Like, for me, it sounds like, okay, so what would this be? This would be a table, right? This sounds kind of fun. So basically, let's think about how I structure my games. So I have a system controller, right, which is on the root level, and this would be the prefix, the DB prefix. So we would have a DB prefix stored on the system controller, and then underneath the system controller, we'd have this kind of structure here, right? Lots and lots of times, which indicates, oh man, this is why this notepad kind of sucks. Alright, so then we have a structure of objects, right? And if this represents a table and these represent columns in a database, then from the OOP structure itself, we can have the table prefix. We can have the game prefix, and then we can have a table postfix or whatever it would be. And then we have all our column names by looking at the children themselves, right? So we could we could have like a ticky box or whatever, or a script, like I say, like db object, that could basically say, okay, here I have created a container. So in Unity, I'm worried about what happens when I leave Unity though. So essentially you have a game object which becomes a parent class or something like that, right? So this could be something like in-game items or something like that. It's like this is how I generally do things. And so it's also it would also be nice to kind of adhere to the way that I currently do things. I also don't necessarily want to like force myself to have to change my way of thinking or my structure and how I make things in order to have my cloud save replacement. My cloud save replacement should, because we're custom building it, it should be custom built to take my workflow into maximum consideration, right? Because it's my thing, so it should work however I want it to work. But I'm just kind of struggling to know how it should work. I think we need to jump into Unity. I think this is what we should do. I think we should jump into Unity. Because I am starting to get this kind of... I don't know, way of doing things that I'm quite liking. So we'll make this just a... Is that on disk? That's on disk. So we'll call it... what did I call this thing? Prometheus or something, wasn't it? Yeah, Prometheus test, we'll call it. Is this the latest version? Yes, it is. Prometheus test. And oh my god, why do you make me download built-in? I just want built-in, dude. We'll do 3D just in case. That's fine. Yeah, I think this sounds like a better way of thinking. I think this makes more sense, right? Because here's what I would typically do if I was going to make this a brand new online game right now. The first thing I would do is I'd create a game object called core, and I'd go in and I'd create a folder called scripts. I kind of have a way of doing things now, and I would create a folder called core. And in core, I would create a system controller called SYS. This is what most other people use. They call it a game manager, but I like the short SYS thing because I have a way of making them look like web addresses. I like doing it this way. I do have my own way of doing things. It suits me. And it drives the AI crazy because the AI doesn't know what the fuck I'm doing. Nobody does. But it's fine because I work alone. I can do this. And no one's going to shout at me. I think it's a better way of doing it. I really do. I wouldn't do it this way otherwise. Right, so our system controller will contain all kinds of like root operation functions. Okay. So one thing that I would probably want in here is db prefix. And really that wouldn't even want to be a public, well whatever, we'll make it public. It wouldn't want to be a public string, and even if it was, it certainly wouldn't want to be exposed because it's not something we would ever really change. Like once it's set, it's set. So I would probably hard code it, but this is just for demonstration purposes. So let's say that we're making game one just for argument's sake. So we're making a game, and the game's, whatever this game is, we're telling it now, okay, your database prefix for this game is going to be game 1. Now straight away, already we have something we can work from now. And then under core, what I will typically do is I will start to flesh out like database stuff. I mean, if we go into idle girls, let's go into idle girls and see how I've structured it. Oh, idle girls wants to be updated to the latest version. Do we have a newer version of Unity available to us actually? Let me check. I guess I might as well update it now if there is. What do? Install editor. 6. Oh, I don't want 6.2. Oh no, we're moving over to 6.2 now. I tried 6.2. I didn't like it. Oh no, we've reached the end of 6.1. No, okay, I'm not doing it then. I like 6.1. I'm staying on 6.1. Yeah, I'm staying on 6.1. 6.2 might have improved since the last time I used it, but I didn't like it the last time I tried it. Yeah, I did not like 6.2. I just need to make sure my Unity projects. Let's back it up before we upgrade it. It's always a good idea. Yeah, I think it makes sense, but not. I'm also like, this is what I mean, right? I'm trying to think in so many different directions. I don't know, but I think I'm tempted to leave Unity, and I think I'm going to start using this flex. And there's a couple of reasons why. Flex it's called. Flex is the closest thing I've seen to Unity that's not actually Unity. It's like, oh, it's so stripped down, but it looks great, it runs great, it's all C#, so I know what I'm doing in there. But there will be some subtle changes, right? This is why I'm building this cloud save system. Well, this is one of the reasons. I've wanted to do this for a while. I'm starting with UGS, and I'm replacing UGS with my own solution, because before I can port everything, before I can start building everything in Flex, I need like solutions that replace current Unity solutions. And this is my opportunity to look at Unity's solutions and say, okay, what do I not like about Unity's solution? And like, one of the things I didn't like about Unity, about Cloud Save, is that you're stuck with key val pairs, right? It's just like the limitations that it had. Like, unnecessary limitations, a real pain in the ass to work with. JavaScript running server code. Oh, I hate JavaScript. So already, I've made a better Unity. I've made a better Cloud Save. Already, that's done. Now I'm just kind of trying to architecture it to fit my needs as best as possible. And what I like about mine versus Unity, mine uses PHP as cloud scripts. So we have PHP cloud scripts instead of JavaScript cloud code. And that is, I like PHP. I hate JavaScript. So whereas Java cloud code, let's do a quick Unity versus Prometheus. This is great. So Unity is stuck with key val pairs, whereas mine has full database column control, tables and column control. Unity has like data limits, no data limits. I think it has connection limits, right? And so it's like, oh yes, you know, when I leave these Unity services and I have my own setup, it's just going to be so much better. But this is what I'm worried about, right? I'm worried about the way I do things in Unity right now is very game object orientated. And I think that's a Unity thing, as I understand it. I think you can use Flex in the same way. I just don't think you have to use it in the same way. I suppose technically you don't have to use game objects in Unity. I mean, dots is a great example of that, right? Like, you don't have to go full mono game object, but I think if you've been in the Unity ecosystem as long as I have, it's kind of difficult to think outside of that. We've been beaten over the head with mono behavior and game objects for so fucking long. I don't even know what's outside of it. I genuinely wait. What am I doing? No, this is what I mean to install that version. I want to do the opposite. I want to bring this version over. I want to bring this project over to this version. What? That one. Yeah. All right. Have you put the camera on? Give me a second. Are you putting the camera on? Oh, God. Oh, Bill's going with you. Alright. Okay. See you in a bit. Right, are we upgrading? Yeah, we're updating. But yeah, I'm loving my little system controller approach. I mean, now that this is like, now that I know how to do this and I see the benefits of it, like I will never go back now. Like I will never make a game that doesn't have a system controller at the top. It makes things so much easier. It's crazy to think that like that's kind of a newish thing as well. Like I wasn't making games like that really until it like occurred to me, wait a minute, I keep writing the same functions in different scripts. I keep freaking having to link the same objects to all new scripts over and over again. Why don't I just have like a big top-down hierarchy system that can reach all of the subcomponents? And it's like, duh, yeah. Why did that take me so long to think of? It's just the way things go, isn't it? Okay, so let's take a look at Idle Girls, because this game is getting pretty fucking nuts now. Okay, so this, I like this as well. This could be something that I should stick with. I really like how I separated game data. So these would be my static components, right? If you think about what I'm sort of getting to the meat of. What I'm sort of hammering at right now is this kind of thing. So game data is data that should never be changed by the player. But yeah, this game, like I will admit, the way this game is set up right now is exactly what GPT-5 was talking about up here, right? My idle games currently is like the easiest fucking game to hack. If I really stop and think about it, because and I've been aware of this, right? Like the base stats of each character are literally just stored as game objects directly into a hierarchy. So I guess what I'm looking to do is to look at these and say, okay, so characters essentially would be a table. And then each character would be a column. Wait, am I thinking in the right way? Yeah. Like we'd want a way to call this development mode, and then to export all that data out so it can't be changed easily, and it needs to like sit on the server. And I do have like game data and player data. So that's a good way to separate out what I'm considering to be static entities versus non-static entities. So let's show GPT this and see what it says, because I know that we can use things like reflection. Where's my error list? Why is my error list not active? I like to have my error list active. There. Okay. I like the idea of building my game in Unity. Everything is on game objects, easy to edit, but items can be marked for server export. Having dev tools to help with this process. Scripts could sync my local game objects classes with server for dev build. Building server load functions which reload this local data even after it's deleted. Then final player build release, build game with dev tools and local objects stripped, and the server load logic handles the rest. Here's an example of one of my classes I would consider a static data type. How can I add how could I go about creating a dev tool which can easily export this data to the server? Also, can we use reflection or something similar so that I wouldn't need a custom script for each unique class type in the future? What do you suggest? Alright, let's see what it says. Gotcha, you're basically describing a Unity server static data pipeline where you author your static data in Unity on game objects or scriptable objects. You mark which objects are server exportable, so not every game object gets exported. You automatically export them to JSON for the server without writing a custom exporter for every single class. You strip the local definitions from the final player build so the client only loads them from the server. Yeah, absolutely. Having dev tools to help with this process, scripts could sync my local game objects with server for dev build. Building server load functions which reload this data, local data, even after it's deleted. Final player build release, build a game with dev tools and local objects stripped, and the server load logic handles the rest. Yeah. This is 100% doable, and yes, Reflection is the right tool here, so you don't have to hand code exporters for every new entity type. Step 1, marking exportable entities. You can create a simple marker interface or attribute to flag which mono behaviors should be exported. Now there's my first red flag, by the way. The fact that it said mono behaviors. Because mono behavior is a Unity thing. Kind of. It's actually a Microsoft thing, but it's very Unity. Like Unity is basically the mono whore. Like other game objects aren't quite so like in bed with mono behavior. That's like a Unity thing, and so. As great as this sounds for Unity, I'm worried about will it work outside of Unity. Okay, so an example, using system attribute usage attribute targets.class public class server export attribute public string export ID get public server export attributes string export ID equals null export ID equals export ID. What's nice about this though, right, is this thing could get as deep and as complicated as it wants to be. And we only really need one primary key, right? So in Idle Girls, string girl ID is my primary key. And string ID drives everything. So if you go to my game's website, if you're looking for splash art, if you're looking for asset loading, if you're looking for everything is driven by girl ID. So this is the magic string here. So each girl has a 3-digit number written as a string, and that is her ID. And so that is the one key thing you need to like get to that concept, right? That thing, that girl, that character. And I've made sure that everything confines to that, and I will be doing this going forward. So what's nice about this is we can store all of these definitions on the server and then have a script that just reloads these definitions and recreates the structure based on whatever values were stored on the server. And when it comes to like database, anything that connects to this will use this, right? So like if I go to, I don't know if it does currently, but that's what we would do. I guess to be extra safe, we should probably store the index. I guess girl ID really kind of acts a little bit like a game database prefix in that it's almost like a file name, I guess, like a file pre thing. But okay, let's go into one of my other systems. So on player data, if I go into player data, I have, for my gacha system, I have what I call, I think gacha acquisitions or something. There you go, gacha assets, characters. Right, so each character in gacha acquisitions, it was my first time doing something like this. Don't know that this is a good way of doing it, but I basically reserve every character in the game, and as you can see, they have their own quantity. They have their own gacha ID and old quantity and new quantity. But yeah, looking at this now, it's like, isn't that actually like super easy to fucking hack? I suppose it depends, right? Because like, yes is the short answer, but I guess if we have a pipeline that is constantly syncing with the server, and the server is responsible for making sure these values are up to date, which currently it does do, but it only does it when I do gacha polls, right? Because that's kind of all it needs to do right now. But yeah, like really, like once the way the game currently works, after my game has synced with Unity Gaming Services data tables, it would be super fucking easy for the player just to find one of these objects in web console or fucking cheat engine or whatever and change these values and essentially give themselves free characters. But if I have... But I think, yeah, no, I think I already considered this, and my solution was, well, what the fuck am I meant to do? No, my solution was like, yeah, but every time you take a character into a game mode, we can just resync with the server, right? We just resync those values with the server just to make sure that they're correct. Because if the player's been fucking with those values, then yeah, we don't want to give them access to characters they shouldn't have access to. So yeah, I think that's where the magic happens, right? It's like we're not just storing these are essentially game object representations of Unity Game Services columns and tables and fields and things, right? So I have functions that update these with the server, and so before going into any game mode, I would simply re-update from the server to make sure that these values are correct, so that if any fuckery was done, it gets undone, if that makes sense. Yeah, so that's fine, I guess. I wouldn't say I'm in love with this structure though. And I guess for player data, I guess for non-static types, these can stay as they are, right? Because anything that's part of player data already has functions that will synchronize itself with, at the moment, Unity Gaming Services. But I want future games to obviously sync with my API solution that I'm building now. Okay, let's go back to the... You can create a simple marker interface or attribute to flag which mono behaviors should be exported. For example, using system attribute usage, attribute targets class. Export ID get public server export attribute string export equals null ID equals null, export ID equals export ID. Then mark your class. Server export girl entity. Step 2, reflection-based exporter. We can use reflection to find all mono behaviors in the scene or project with server export. Ooh. Okay, that sounds really cool. Read all public fields and serializable private fields, convert them to a dictionary, and serialize to JSON. Step 3, server-side loading. On the server, you just load the JSON into memory at startup. Step 4, dev versus release builds. You can use Unity scripting define symbols to strip local definitions in release build. In dev build, keep the mono behaviors in the scene for editing. Use the exporter to push JSON to the server. In release build, remove or disable the game objects with server export via a pre-build script. The client loads definitions from the server at runtime. Oh, so you can do that. That sounds cool. That's something I should learn how to do then. Because I would literally just copy the dev build and then just fucking literally delete what I don't want the players to have access to, and then just build a new build from there, and then that becomes a player build. I mean, that's fine as well, right? But it does mean having essentially 2 copies of the game, a dev copy and a non-dev copy. Which is fine, but if I can have 1 copy to rule them all, and I can kind of just mark it as a because that's kind of how like WinForms and stuff works, right? If you set up like a Visual Studio project, you have like debug. There's like 3 builds, like typical like standard build versions you can have. I think one is like debug, one is like release, and I can't remember what the other one is. There's like a third one. Yeah, it would. I guess it would be something like that. Example pre-build hook. Strip server entities. Oh, there you go. It's giving me an example of how I would do that. Okay. Step 5, why reflection works well here. You don't need to write a custom exporter for each entity type. Adding a new static data type is as simple as create a mono behavior, add server export, fill in fields in the inspector, and click export in your DevTools. Yeah, this sounds amazing. This really does. This sounds like so fucking cool. Like, imagine how much time this would save me. Step 6, possible enhancements. Custom field filtering. Use server export ignore to skip certain fields. Nested object support. Recursively export nested serializable classes. Versioning. Add a data version field so the server and client can sync. Live reload. Add an API endpoint to reload JSON without restarting the server. This approach gives you Unity as your authoring tool, server as the source of truth, no per class exporter maintenance, easy stripping for release builds. If you want, I can extend this exporter so it can handle lists, enums, color, vector3, etc. Produces clean JSON that matches your current style. Supports nested serializable classes. Okay, what I'm going to do, you're going to need to give me a second because I need to go on. I need to go to the bathroom, is the short of it. There's a couple of things I need to do. I might grab a little bite to eat as well. I don't know whether I should be live on this. I don't know. This is probably going to be the most boring stream ever. But you can see, I think you can see what I'm working towards now. But if anybody is watching and following along at home, if you're like if you're also desperately trying to leave Unity Gaming Services for whatever reason, then the TLDR is grab yourself a GPT. Grab yourself a GPT and just explain that you want to export your custom classes using reflection into JSON objects for your server. And then once we do that, we just need to teach our API how to load those JSON objects and send them back to the server, send them back to the client. And then that's where we'll implement our load logic, right? Our load logic for player version of the game will call the API and say, hey, give me all the characters in the game, please, for example. And then the API can be like, yep, I've got that in memory right now. And it'll just spit it back out into Unity as JSON. And then Unity can reconstruct or reapply all those values for you. I don't know whether it's going to like reconstruct the classes. I imagine the classes are still going to exist, right? Because we're not trying to protect the class structure. Like there's nothing a player can do to these fields. It's not the fields we're trying to protect, right? It's the values stored in the fields that we're trying to protect. So we can keep the fields in Unity is what I think we'll be doing. So we'll still have the structure stored in the classes that as they currently exist. The thing that we will be deleting and reconstructing from server is all the values on these fields, right? Essentially. And so instead of having them just sat in Unity where they're easily hackable and changeable, we're, you know, pulling it down from the server. And it also means, think about it, it's like really cool. Like if I suddenly want to buff Izumi for all players, I could just go into my dev mode, turn this attack to 35, re-export the JSON classes, and then everybody who's playing the game suddenly has a stronger Izumi. They don't have to download the game, they don't have to reinstall, they don't have to do anything, because the next time their server syncs with that JSON, the value went up because I wanted it to go up. So this seems like a really good solution, a really good solution. But currently this is a terrible idea to leave it like this, because as soon as somebody gets into Cheat Engine, if they want to make their Izumi like fucking God Izumi, literally all they need to do is change that number. Right? But I don't know how. It's still going to be like, I don't even know if this solves anything though, because like it depends how often I sync with server, right? Like, what can you even do there? I wonder if making these values private makes them harder to hack. There's also a nice little function that I was playing with in a different game that allows you to store values in protected memory, which makes them much harder to hack. If I wanted to get really deep in the weeds, I could be using that again. I was kind of messing with that in my last like gacha game attempt, but it was so cumbersome to use. I was like, I don't want to go that far with this one. But yeah, if you were like making the next Genshin Impact or something, then it probably would be a good idea to use protected memory. But yeah, protected memory is a whole other fucking rabbit hole to get into. It becomes very difficult to manage and stuff like that. I don't know. I'll have a think about it, because that's the thing. I'm acting all clever and stuff and being like, oh yeah, we can just pull this data off the server. Yeah, sure, as soon as you log into the game. But what about like 2 minutes after you've logged into the game? Because if it's just filling these numbers again from the server, then the player could still go and change those numbers after it's synced with the server, and it would still cause the same problem, right? I suppose the solution is every time you read these values, you read them directly from the server and not in memory. Or you could keep them in memory, but you would update them from the server every time. So if you're like, okay, Izumi's about to do her ultimate, at that moment in time, you should probably sync the values with the server. You should probably ask the API, oh hey, what are these values meant to be? Can you just tell me again? and have the API respond, because otherwise if the players change that number at any point, then it's over. Oh man, this is a real problem to solve. To be fair, like, UGS does not offer a solution to this. And I'd better pray that my API, when it's finished, I'd better pray that my API can, like, find through this JSON when I say, hey, give me Azumi's attack, she's about to do her ultimate. I'd better pray that that API request is quick. It's like, yep, here's the value within like a millisecond. Because otherwise the whole thing falls apart. Oh man, I'm worried. I'm kind of worried. This is still a cool thing to learn. It's still a cool thing to be working on. Like, I'm kind of having fun. But it's just, there's so much to think about. It's like, oh. And this is the thing, right? A lot of what's making this so hard is just, you have to constantly think, like, about bad actors, right? Like, if we could just make if everybody was just a nice fluffy little bunny like Alice, right? If everybody's just a nice little, oh, she's supposed to be a bad girl apparently. But if everybody was like a nice little, you know, Mr. Goody Two Shoes, and nobody ever even dreamed of cheating in video games, game development would be so much easier. But you always have to be like, someone's gonna fuck with that. How do we? So it's like a game of cat and mouse, right? You've got to design around exploits. You have to be constantly thinking about how can somebody exploit this. You have to, like, almost imagine that you're building like a fucking some kind of Bitcoin ledger or something, because you've always got to assume that somebody's going to try to fuck with this. And I wish that wasn't so, but it is so. And I think it's especially going to be so of like something like an online gacha game. I think yeah, that's definitely where you're going to want to make sure everything is locked down as tight as you can get it. Yeah, it is what it is. I think I'm gonna leave it there, because yeah, there's a couple of things I need to do. I'm gonna go grab some food. I need to go to the toilet and stuff. And then I'm gonna need to get into the weeds on this, and I don't think it's gonna make a particularly interesting stream. But hopefully this all goes well for me. I also want to watch Theo's video. I want to know why everybody is shitting all over GPT-5, and I don't understand why. Why does everybody hate GPT-5 right now? I don't see an issue with it. Like, I honestly, I don't really see a difference between 4 and 5. I've only really talked to it. This is like my third conversation with it, I think. I think this is like my third conversation with it. But it just seems like, you know, regular old GPT to me. I don't really see a difference. It's just GPT. I don't see much difference between all the different models, if I'm being honest. Although Gemini got really funny with me yesterday. That was hilarious. Gemini was like, "What is this?" I want to see that conversation again. I want to report it to Google. I'm going to report the little bitch to Google. I'm going to try and get her cancelled for talking to me like that. It did get really funny with me though. That was hilarious. I've never seen an AI do that when it's like helping with like coding or something. I almost thought like I was on Unity help forums for a moment. Not Unity help forums is like, that's where you want to go if you want to emasculate somebody, right? If somebody needs put in their place and they need emasculating, like Pirate Software needs to spend a week on the Unity forums, and I swear to God, he'll be like a shivering, quivering little child by the end of it. By the end of it, he'll be the most humbled, you know, like, yeah, like scared little intimidated child ever. He'll be like, hi everyone, I'm Pirate Software. I'm just a useless piece of shit. And I shouldn't even be trying to learn Unity right now. The community's made that clear. But I'll try my best, guys. Just bear with me. Please put up with my stupidity. Please, please don't shout at me. And that will be pirate software. That would be anybody after a week on the Unity web forums, because that place is fucking brutal. I don't know why. I've never seen toxic, and it's so unnecessary. It's like, why? Like, you can post a perfectly innocent question like, "Oh, hey, does anybody have any idea why this for loop's not working properly?" Or, you know, how do I end up? What? Does anybody see an issue with this? Or how do I do this one thing? And it'll be like, "You should kill yourself and never look at a computer ever again. How do you not know the most basic of things?" It's just like absolute brutal responses, and it's like, whoa, like nobody's even attempting to answer the question. It's like everybody's just sharpened their knives and they're just gonna like take a chunk out of this guy. It's like, Jesus Christ, I would never dare post a question on any Unity forum ever, because it is absolute brutality. I love reading them sometimes though, they're so entertaining, but I'm like, wait a minute, am I on fucking Twitter? Am I in like a Twitter political debate fucking page, or is this like Unity help forums? Oh boy, it's brutal. Alright, I'll stay live for now, but just give me a minute. Give me a minute. I want to watch that video. I don't think GPT-5 sucks. Also, I need to point out some hypocrisy here. Right, let me go put some food in. It's gonna cook down. Alright. I'm back. Yeah, so what went wrong, Theo? Hypocrite much? He was saying I'd go into depth for this model. I feel like he's just jumping on the GPT-5 hate bandwagon now. He was sipping harder than a Dungeons and Dragons roleplayer over fucking Blondie McHead cheerleader fucking mage earlier. What's going on, Theo? What the hell?
I think it's fair to say that we need to have a talk about the GPT-5 launch.
Do
it
we?
Didn't quite go how I expected, and if you've seen the comment section on my recent videos, you'll see just how much people did not get what they thought they were getting with this model. There's a lot of layers to this, and many of them are actually, to some extent, my fault. I want to take the time to go through all of the details with you guys, from what my experience was like working with OpenAI, to how I was compensated, to how things have changed since launch, to how my own expectations were not met, to, most importantly, how the experience I'm having now using GPT-5 is significantly worse than the experience I had when I was testing it before. There's a ton to dive into here, and I'm supposed to be like bouncing back from my vacation right now, but I wanted to take the time to explain this because I see a lot of confusion, frustration, and misinformation being spread, and I don't want to be part of that to the best of my ability. So first and foremost, I want to make sure it is very, very clear that the experience that you probably are having with ChatGPT and GPT-5 right now is not the experience that I had when I was first testing it. We'll go into the details of all of that in a bit, but there's a couple other things I want to jump on first. I see a lot of people accusing me of being a paid shill of OpenAI. And this is so hilariously not true that I'm almost frustrated that it's happening, but I do understand why I'm getting this type of pushback. I said the thing was really good. It was for me. It blew my mind. And I tried recording my actual genuine reaction to seeing how powerful it was because I wanted you guys to see that, not some marketing bullshit. I was not paid a cent by OpenAI. In fact, I'm currently about $25,000 down with inference with them with T3 chat over the last like 2 to 3 weeks. So no, they didn't pay me. I'm actually losing a lot of money. They did offer me a $1,000 appearance fee for the video I was in, but I think we need to better understand that video that I was in. To be as fully transparent as possible, I'm just gonna give you guys the order of events on how I got involved with that launch. I had some friends that had early access to GPT-5. It wasn't something that was super restricted. You'd be surprised how many people and companies in particular had early access. I wanted early access because, of course I do. Who doesn't want to try out the new thing early? So I hit up some of my contacts at OpenAI, and since I wasn't hitting them up as a company, I was hitting them up as an individual, they couldn't get me the like early company access that others were getting. But they did realize they had this launch video that they were planning coming up, and then I could sneak into that. They asked if I'd be down. I thought about it. I actually weighed the fact that people would be concerned about the bias that's inherent to me doing something like that. When I learned my friend Simon Willison was going to be part of it, I realized, oh, I guess this probably isn't too big of a deal then, and decided to do it. And I thought it was awesome. I was excited to be there as a more rational, not super AI-pilled developer that just had their own organic thoughts about the stuff. I went out of my way the night before to make a whole bunch of benchmarks and things I could use to test it out with. None of my use of it in the video was using the website because I found it to not be very good there. But over the API, it was incredible. And in Cursor, it was even more incredible. But none of that means I'm without fault here. One of the biggest mistakes I made by far was putting that video out when I wasn't even around to pay attention to the community sentiment. I was at DEF CON on that Thursday when GPT-5 dropped. And I did a quick scan of Twitter to see how people were feeling. I got approval for my video, which isn't even something they like looked at. OpenAI did not see my video before I posted it. I'll put on the screen the screenshot of the full approval process that I went through so you can understand they did not have their hands in on anything beyond giving me early access to the model and giving us feedback as we were running into issues and seeing random stuff happen. But I did publish that video before seeing any of the public reception, and then I record and publish a second one with only a slight taste of the public reception. And the public reception did not line up with the experience I was having. I have a bunch of theories as to why that happened, and we'll dive into it a bunch as we go along here. But the biggest piece by far is just that the models people were using weren't as good as the ones I was using. That doesn't mean that the models I was using aren't available. I do think that the same model is available through hitting the GPT-5 high reasoning API endpoints. But that's not the experience people have when they go to chatgpt.com and try out the model for the first time, or when they check the box for GPT-5 in Cursor or whatever other tools they're using. So when I went even further and made what now is very obviously a somewhat irresponsible tweet saying that all of these other tools were no longer relevant, if your experience didn't line up with what I had said there, it feels like I'm just being paid out. And I can see why people think that. Clearly, those people don't know much of my history and how hard I work to be transparent about every single person who's ever paid me a fucking dollar. But if you had the bad experience so many had on chatgpt.com and then went to Twitter to complain about it and saw my post, I can see why you would be hesitant to trust me. As I mentioned before, I was on vacation when most of this was happening. I was in Vegas for DEF CON, competing in contests there, not paying much attention to online, and every time I did, I just saw a bunch of people flaming me for liking the model. From the little bit I'd been playing with it over these days, which was admittedly on tiny code bases I was using to solve random puzzles at DEF CON, it seemed slightly worse, but not a lot worse, and I didn't really care to think more about it at the time. I was busy working on the puzzles and trying to enjoy my vacation. But today I took the day off and tried coding more. It's not as good as it was when I tried it before. I tweeted exactly this here. The experience I was having using GPT-5, even the high fast version in Cursor, is not as good as the Nectarine 725 build that I was using when I was playing with it before. I don't think it's necessarily the model, but the experience with it is absolutely worse. I've been talking to both Cursor and OpenAI, who collabed a bunch ahead of time to make this all work. I have a lot of funny stories there too. But it seems like their attempts to try and improve GPT-5 in Cursor are hurting at the moment at the very least. And as I mentioned before, from Wednesday of last week, the day before GPT-5 launched, till now on Wednesday the week after, I haven't been coding much. I was trying to take a break. So if the experience was worse for that window, I wouldn't have known. That said, it seems like a lot of the degradation that I'm noting here wasn't the case on launch day. I've actually been surprised by how many people have been saying that they had the same quality experience that I was talking about when they were using GPT-5 the first day or two and have seen it degrade since. It was one-shotting things incredibly on launch day, and then the next day it seems to have gotten worse than Claude Code. It became so bad and slow, huge difference between day one and now. Something changed in Cursor yesterday. I went through my chat history and ran the same prompt, and it's not a little different. It went from a 10 out of 10 to maybe a 5. And honestly, this has been my experience too. I went and regenerated my AI Image Studio build over and over. This is the one that I built when I was at the office. This is the exact code. I have the exact prompt that I did in Cursor, and I've been reusing this prompt against different builds of different things. I tried using it in VS Code with Copilot, and it's an ugly sin. You can see, you can even see rendering glitches in the way they did the gradient here that are really bad. This just isn't even close to the same quality, and again, exact same prompt. I'm far too lazy to open up all the different builds that I did, so I'm just gonna show screenshots. Here's one that was also done using Copilot, and you can see it didn't even put the gradient correctly on this box. It breaks out on the left here. It just is bad. It looks glitchy, and it was incorrectly generated. Here's another one that was generated in Cursor, and it's not as bad, but it's still just nowhere near as good as before. I even saw it during the reasoning step say that it should use a gradient, and it just didn't. I got this instead. This all started from this, by the way. This was the original that I had handed to the different models in different versions of the model and said, hey, make this look better, basically. Overhaul the create and edit flows and make a better looking, better user experience for this. And for whatever reason, it's only gotten worse from when I was first testing it. Even worse than like Horizon. You guys saw the generations I did then. They were incredible. So I have no idea what's going on here, especially when you consider the...
So wait, you can just do that? You can just... Hang on a sec. So I can take my Primus editor that I think... Claude, I think, has been the one that's worked on this the most at the moment. So I can just give it this and say, hey, make this look better. I don't really care how things look most of the time. I mean, this is just a tool for me.
The fact that the Horizon models had reasoning off. Man, some of these generations were bad. It just started throwing gradients in random places that overlap and don't look like the model I was using before and the experience I was having before would never have generated slop like this. It was so much better. It was actually kind of jarring. That's why I made the video I made. I was trying to show you guys my organic reaction. Because I was...
Yeah, I don't really understand, like, what is everybody's beef with it? Why is everyone so upset with it? It's just, like, not giving them good answers or results or whatever. I mean, this, like I say, it doesn't feel that different to GPT-4 with the couple of conversations I've had with it. And this one here, this is GPT-5. I like that it's repeating back, you know, let me make sure I understand your goals here. This is great. I mean, I'm very happy with this. This is a great response. Step 1, marking exportable entities. You can create a simple marker interface or attribute to flag which mono behaviors should be exported. Because I don't really want to risk fucking with this game, which is still going to be using Unity gaming services. It might be better to go into that new project that I just made for testing. Let's just keep it simple. Okay, so we'll typically have like game data and player data, right? So the game data is going to be like the static data types that don't change, and then the player data is going to be like the stuff that links to databases and can be updated and obviously affected by the player. So in game data, let's say we have characters. Okay. And let's just make some Sarah, Beth, Anne, Phil, and Tony. Alright, let's just make a character class for these. I don't know why it's been doing that lately, but it has. Like, it's not even opening that new script, which I wouldn't want it to do anywhere, but it just opens up whatever was open, and it doesn't even need to be open right there, so I don't know why it's doing that. Also, I like Solution Explorer close when I'm working in Uni, because I don't need access to the files on the right. Okay, so I'm going to do whatever. We would do, like, we'd have some kind of primary key, right? So we would have like character ID, and then we'd have like probably character name. Maybe we could just store some general character level. Favorite food. Favorite movie. Favorite color. Whatever, right? Just something so we can store some stuff. Let's do a bool as well, just so we can try different data types. And then we'll do like a public bool is married. We'll default to false. Okay. Right, so let's say we have some characters in our game. So I'm going to add the character class to each of those. So okay, so Phil and Anne are married. She's Sarah Beddington because she's single. She's level 3. Her favorite food is cake. Her favorite movie is Sleepless in Sedgefield. Her favorite color is brown. Beth is Elizabeth Godlington. I don't know why they're all Ingtons, they just are. She's level 5. Her favorite food is lemon. Favorite movie is Nightmare on Downing Street, which basically describes the UK right now. Favorite color is purple. Anne is Anne Dobsworth. Character level is 9. Favorite food is turkey. A favorite movie is Fear of the Frogs. And favorite color is green. No, she doesn't like frogs, so she probably doesn't like green. She likes pink. Alright, she likes pink. Phil is Philip. Ziggy, and he's level 3. His favorite food is ravioli. That's not how you spell ravioli. Okay, ravioli. Actually, does ravioli have 2 L's? I don't think it does. Favorite movie is The Godfather. And his favorite color is white. And Tony is Anthony Hawksworth. He's level 4. And his favorite food is ham. His favorite movie is Debbie Does trying to think of a place in the UK that begins with D. Darlington. Debbie Does Darlington. And his favourite colour is black. Alright, there we go. So beautiful. So we got some basic data. Level 0. Oh no, it's character ID 0. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now we've got like some data that we want to export out to our server, right? So let me just save this. Let's make a new scene actually. Test. Alright. So we've now got like a characters class and we have a character script. So back in GPT's response, it said, I think this would be on the core. I think we could put this on the core, right? Because it's basically like a custom class. Oh wait, this is actually a separate script using system. I suppose we could just define it here. Yeah, we can put it on the core. So we can put on the core there the server export attribute class definition, right? And then in character, we would then mark this as a server export and give it a server export name. So we basically say server export this. Why doesn't it like that? Is it because it's needs system? Wait, it's only right, class declaration, I think it said. Yeah, okay. Oh, interesting. So we actually put it as a class declaration, and then so we could just call this character. Okay, that's nice. So now we mark that class as an exportable class type. Now we don't get any visual feedback in the editor, would be the first thing that I'm a little bit concerned about. Now I guess I could maybe I'll ask it. Okay, so let me make some notes about what I'm a little concerned about. It concerns no visual indication that an exported class has been defined in the inspector. Okay. You know, can we add some kind of visual indication to that? Okay, back to GPT's response. Step 2, reflection-based exporter. We can use reflection to find all mono behaviors in the scene or project with server export. So it wants to create a new server export tool. So these would be part of my dev tools, right? So I normally on core or even off core, it doesn't matter, it depends on the game. I normally have this like tools, and these are like my dev tools. So this one would be the server export. Okay, so we can create a server export. Let me see the name it gave it. Let's just grab the name directly. There we go. Server export tool. Stick it on there. I think do I have the code? No. Don't we just mark these as editor now? Editor window. Yeah, I thought we just mark them as editor, don't we? Oh, there is editor window, but it's giving me a derived from this class to create a custom editor window. Assembly C# available. Assembly C# player not available. Well, yeah, because it's an editor script. You can use navigation to switch contexts. Oh wait, I think I know why. It has to be in a subfolder called editor, I think. Unity has this weird thing. Yeah, Unity has this weird thing. So let me close that. There we go. It's happy now. No, it's not. Server export tool. Oh no, it's because that's the old reference. The script is an editor script. Oh yeah, I guess it is. So it's... I gotta be honest, I'm not a big fan of editor scripts. Tool server export. Okay, so we would export this out. But why do I have... Hang on. Why is that error there? Why is the error there? Hang on, let me just close and go back in. Because it's not in Visual Studio, it's only in Unity. Which is weird. Let's just reload it. I think I confused it. Yeah, seems fine now. Okay. Server export. Export all server entities. Nice. Does it work? No. Directory. Okay. Directory not found. So it's looking for. So we have string path combine application data path. Oh, I hate application data path. No, never use application data path. It's such a buried, horrible. Okay, but we can make this our own, right? Find objects of type is obsolete and has been deprecated. Use object.find objects by name instead, which lets you decide whether you need the results sorted or not. Okay, so let's. What else was in the response? I don't know whether to like start debugging this now or just like carry on with this. Well, it's giving me an example of how I can load my entities. That's fine. And then it's given me like a little strip server entities script. Just clear that for a sec. Unity editor.build is. Oh, it wants to. This is an editor script again. I made the same mistake as before. Oh, yeah, I guess it would be, wouldn't it? So we have a server entities thing in editor. Okay, no errors. Okay, so I'm going to Alt Enter or Control and Plus to fix all occurrences in document. Apply. Will that still work? It didn't fix anything. What did you do? What did you do? Okay. Why is that crossed out now? Ah! Okay, I'm getting... Yeah, it doesn't like this find objects of type. Isn't there any way to get that? Yeah, I want to show it this. Can't you give me... I hate the way they do this. When I click that, why can't I just... See, this is what really annoys me, right? You won't let me copy this text. This is like the meat of what I want to send back to my AI, right? And then when I click the link, this text here is nowhere to be found on the web page. I just want that text there, but you won't let me get to it. I hate that. Is there no way to just get this text? That seems so dumb. I can't select it. I can't even keep it on the screen because it's a hover thing. Can I snipping tool it? No, I can't even snipping tool it. I can't even snipping tool it. Wait, can I? No, because that kills it. Ah, you won't let me get that text. What is wrong with you? I hate this. I hate this. Oh, can I select this one? I get a cursor, but it won't let me select that either. Why won't you let me copy anything? Oh my god, I hate this. I hate everything about this. Visual Studio, can we please do something about this? This is so irritating. I hate this catches me every single time. Every single time you give me this like, oh, this thing is deprecated and I need you to, you know, you should really use the new one. And then you won't let me get to the text. I click the thing. The text isn't here on the page at all. Like it's not the way it appears there. This text is so much more helpful than the text that's here. I just want that text. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Why is there no way to get to this text? This seems insane to me. Is there a way to copy that text? I just pressed Control and C. What did that copy? Wow. Useful. What? Why is it like this? I can't even describe how much this annoys me. This is the most annoying thing I've ever seen. And like every time I see this, I just want to end my life. Like, why do I have to, like, even if I want to, this is the other thing, right? Even if I want to, which I shouldn't have to in fucking 2025, I shouldn't have to type that out like it's fucking 1950 whatever. Oh my god. CS06. Look how difficult it is even to keep it on the screen to do this. Like it's like somebody sat in a boardroom somewhere and said, oh, how can we make this as annoying as humanly possible? Oh, I know, we'll make it a hover text message. We'll make it so that you can't select it. We'll put a web link on it that tells you something completely different. Yeah, brilliant, great, job well done. Job well done, guys. Fantastic. Right, objects.find objects of type T is obsolete. Why I have to manually type this out is fucking insane to me. Find objects of type has been deprecated. Also, so is quality of life, apparently. Use object. Find objects by type instead, which lets you decide whether you need the results sorted or not. Find objects of type sorts the results by instance ID, but if you do not need this using find object sort mode dot none is considerably faster. You know what else is considerably faster? Letting me select that text so I can copy and paste it. That's also considerably faster. You don't give a fuck about that though, do you? Okay. Okay, I'm in Unity 6.1, which gives me a warning. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Does that appear as a warning in Unity? I could probably copy it from there, right? Okay, maybe I'm dumb. Look, to be fair, that's Unity being a good boy, okay? And my complaint is with Visual Studio. Like Visual Studio should still offer a way to copy and paste that. Whatever, we just wasted our time. Can we just make sure that we got it right? Whatever, just... Okay, concerns. No individual that an exported class has been defined in the inspector. Is there a way to show something in the inspector once it is marked? And then also ... I'm in Unity 6.1, which gives me a warning. Find objects of type is obsolete. Alright, let's see what it says to that. Gotcha, you got two separate concerns here. Visual feedback in Unity so you can see that a class is marked for server export, and updating the exporter code to work in 6.1's new find objects by type API instead of the deprecated find objects of type. Let's tackle them one by one. I like GPT-5. I have no beef with this at all. I just had beef actually in a sandwich. It was nice. Right now, if you slap, okay, you know what? GPT-5 sucks. Oh my god, it's the worst. You're using language like slap. You're telling me to slap server export on a class. That's not very professional, GPT-5. That's not a very professional way to say it. You know, I like it. I like it. It's like it's been your old... It's like it's your old buddy from down the pub, you know what I mean? How's it going, me old mucker? If you just slap a server export on a class, there's no obvious sign in the inspector, is there? That it's special. We can fix that in a few ways, me old governor. Oh, yeah. Let's have a pint first, though, eh? And a bag of crisps. Option A, add a header or help box via a custom editor. We can write a custom editor that detects the server export attribute and draws a banner or help box at the top of the inspector. Sounds fun. I mean, it doesn't get any more fun than that, does it? Okay, so let's see. This is going to be another editor script, I'm guessing. Yeah, there it is, editor. All right, what's this one called? Server export highlighter. Highlander? Oh, I saw that film when I was a young lad. Isn't that the one with Mel Gibson who says, you can take me flannel, but you'll never take me kilt? No, that's Braveheart. Server export highlighter. That's normally a sign. This entity is marked for server export. I drew a little rocket on it. That's kind of funny. I've got to admit, I like GPT. I don't know. It's like, it's weird. Like every now and again. See, these other language models, they're like one night stands to me, you know. Like, yeah, you know, sometimes you get a bit sick of the same woman in your bed every day. So you know how it is. You go out, you bang a couple of slappers, and then but then you feel guilty, and then you just like, you come home and you're like, you know what, I'm an asshole. I should have just, I should be with the one who's always here for me. Like GPT is the one that's always just there for me. I don't know. I think GPT is my favorite. I haven't really used the others enough to really know, but I don't feel like there's one that's like vastly better than any of the other ones. But I don't know, like GPT hits more than it misses, I think. Sure, it has its issues, sure it can hallucinate, sure it doesn't always understand what I'm saying, and yeah, sometimes it can gaslight me to oblivion and back. Like there's definitely issues, but like, I don't know. Been through a lot together at this point. Oh, look at that! Oh, that is cool! This entity is marked for server export. Look at that! Little rocket. Oh, isn't that cute? That's actually fucking awesome. I like that a lot. That really is awesome, actually. That's so cool. Alright. And then it wants to fix, or I want it to fix the objects of type. So, server export hierarchy icon. Add a small icon in the hierarchy. You can also draw a little icon next to the game object name in the hierarchy if it has a server export component. Wait. I thought we marked... Wait, I'm confused. I thought we marked the whole class for server export. Are you saying we can also mark individual fields for server export? Because I thought this was a class definition. So we had to mark the entire class, didn't we? Because originally I tried to put it here, like, and it complained. And then I realized, oh yeah, of course we're marking the entire class. So I'm a little confused by saying that. Am I misunderstanding something? You can also draw a little icon next to the game object name. Oh, right, I see what it's saying. In here. Oh, yeah, let's do it. Oh, that's cool. It means like in the hierarchy in here. Yeah, of course, that's what it's saying. Oh, that's cool as frick. Oh, I like this. Who doesn't like... Why? Oh, GBT5. You know what? I like it. I like that everybody hates GBT5 right now except for me. It feels like she's all mine now. Like she's... You know what I mean? I appreciate her. Everybody else is like, she's stinky, she's ugly. And I'm like, no, you are. I like her. It's nice. It feels special. It feels like a special relationship with me and GBT5 right now. You know. It's like that song. What's that song? Homely girl, you used to be so lonely. You're a beautiful woman. And he's talking about how he carried the books in school and all this shit. And then in the song, like one day she's just like hot as fuck, and then everybody wants to bang her, and he's like, but I always liked you even when the others didn't. That's what this reminds me of. Mark my words, everybody's gonna love GPT-5, right? Once her boobs get bigger and she starts wearing shorter skirts, and you know she kind of blossoms a little bit, and then everyone's gonna be like, oh yeah, oh, come here you. And then I'll be like, well, but fuck you, man. I was there from the start, all right? I never thought she sucked. That same thing happened with Kokomi in Genshin Impact, right? Everybody fucking hated Kokomi when she first came out. I fucking loved her. She was the best character ever. Everyone has said she sucked. And then, eventually, everybody realized how good she was, and then she's like, oh, she's actually nuts. And I'm like, fuck you all. You all thought she sucked. You're all like, you two-faced bastards. I hate that. She was always awesome, but people didn't seem to think so. People have this sheep think it's crazy. Okay, so we're making a server export hierarchy icon. Is the name of the game. This is way above and beyond what I asked for, by the way. Can we just point that out? Okay, and it's put a little notebook next to them. I guess we could probably have whatever we want though, right? Because that notebook's going to be in the script somewhere probably. Icon. Where's it getting icon from? Static texture 2D icon. Console window image as texture 2D. Where's it getting it from though? Get custom attribute. Where's... I'm just curious what other icons I could have. I don't even see where it's getting the icon though. Like, so it declares a static texture 2D called icon. And then it says edit a GUI utility, icon context. Oh, I guess, is that the name of the icon? Is there a way to find out what icons exist under here? If we Google it. Name of the desired icon. Can I have the names? How do I get the names? GPT has the names. Assets editor, default resources, icons. Is that in every project? Assets, there's no editor. What are you talking about? What do you want about? Where is this? Wait, is it? Let me search for icons. It's got to be in the project files somewhere, right? Oh, there's like 56 fucking icons folders apparently. I didn't even know. So most of them are in package cache. Edit a visual something, style sheets, samples, rebinding UI, input system. Hover me, game sequence demo. What? Multiplayer center window. Test tools, code coverage. So I suppose if you wanted to, you could make your own custom icon and store it in one of these folders, I guess. And have whatever icon you want. If you wanted like a big pair of tits or something. which I wouldn't, but I'm just saying, if you wanted to. Big dick. Well, yeah, because it made a rocket, didn't it? It made a rocket on the other one. I just have this big penis, this big shiny penis in my hierarchy. Let me know that it's going off to the server. I still don't know where they are. Oh, I wonder if these could be in like, I wonder if these are in like user folder, like, because they're probably central. Because if you think about it, like every single instance of Unity is going to need these icons, right? So it's probably under like app data somewhere, local. I bet it's in here somewhere. Unity. It's practically the same ones. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This didn't it have something like this? It had like a size in its name, didn't it? Oh no, it didn't. It was just Unity editor.console window. There's got to be a website that lists all these. I'd probably just ask GPT. Okay, I'm gonna ask. I know it's off topic, but I like, you know, I like to have fun with these things. I'm gonna make it a new chat. We can come back to this one. Going off on a tangent here. I recently learned how to display an icon in Unity hierarchy through in Unity hierarchy using an editor script. Is there a way to see all the icon names available this way. Yes, it methods uses internal icon names that are not documented, but they are embedded in the Unity editor resources. You can actually list them all by digging into Unity's internal editor resources at runtime. Use reflection to dump all built-in icons. Icon name finder. This is cool. Go on in. I'm down. I'm down. What did it call the script? Icon name finder. I mean, this is fine. I'm happy with it. I'm just curious, right? Because I've never done anything like this before. So like, it's shiny and new and fun. I'm like, okay, that's fun. What else is available this way? List all built-in icons. Where did it put it? Oh, it's list. I see. It listed the names in console. Okay, so we can change it so it creates a text file for me or something. Okay, there should be a file now. Icons.txt. There we go. So these are the icons that are available. Animation event background.png. So these must be in some kind of packed resource pack or something then, right? So these aren't even files on a hard drive. So they'll be in like a pack file or something, I think. It's quite a lot actually. It's just kind of like there's actually fucking tons. How many's there? 6,700 icons. Yeah, I don't want to like. Obviously, breadcrumb, sure, but breadcrumb. Maybe that's a typo. Maybe it's supposed to be breadcrumb. Attenuation bar. That's fun. I'm going to ask it to save the images for me so I can see them. Use built-in icon context with known prefixes. Use editor's debug mode. Download a pre-made list. Some developers have already dumped these icon names for various Unity versions. That's got to be a made-up website. That's not a real website. Ah, it's a Unity project. Oh, here we are. Oh, they're all here. They're just on the GitHub page. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? These are all icons that Unity uses in the editor and stuff. So we can actually just see them on this web page, I guess. The little ghost is cool. I like the little ghost. I might pick the little ghost. It's just fun, isn't it? Yeah, I do like the little ghost. But these are quite good because these look like they might be like doing something like server related. Oh, there's a cloud there. Put a little cloud icon. Cloud Connect ×2 would be a good one to use. Yeah, that probably makes the most sense, actually. I do like the little ghost. I mean, there's a cached server disable and a cached server connected. Like, the most perfect implementation of this, I guess, would have two icon states where I can see if it's been synced to the server or not, you know, like Dropbox does. But how could I even know if it's been synced to the server? I think that's going a bit far. You probably could. You could probably write an editor script that's like, look, if any of these values are changed, then we change the icon. Do I want to go that deep? That would be fucking awesome, though. Like, if it tells me... If it can tell me whether it's been... Like Dropbox does, right? It can kind of warn me in the hierarchy whether something's been synced to the server or not. And I can see it literally by looking at the icons. And then I could notice, oh shit, this needs syncing to the server. And then boom, we sync it to the server. That probably is possible, actually. Because the way I think you would do it is there's probably a way to detect if a value's been changed. Like basically just you would just turn the icon to, you know, a desync icon the second a value is changed. And then once you server sync the icons, you would then mark all those icons as synced to server. I might ask it if that's possible, because that would be a even cooler way of doing it. Or the ones that, well, there was a cloud, but there was like a red one. You think about this. If I can have like synced and unsynced icon states, then I'd probably use these two. So this one means like it's not synced to the server, and then the tick means it is synced to the server. Okay, so basically, this is really cool, and I have an idea. If we can change the icon as a field value is changed, could we use a server tick icon? It's not that one, it's the other one. Well, no, that would be... Use a server disconnect icon. It's actually the other way around. I fucked that up. That was the right way around. Okay. To indicate a server sync is needed, and upon server sync, change all icons to server tick icon. If we can change the icon as a field value is changed in the inspector, could we use a server disconnect icon to indicate a server sync is needed, and upon server sync change all icons to server tick? That way I can clearly see if any data needs syncing to the server. We never fixed... Right, I jumped the gun though. Let me go back to the other thing. Because we were also fixing that error, weren't we? But I got excited when I saw that that was possible. I also don't need that icon name finder thing anymore. Because I've got a list of them there. So we'll delete that one. Yeah. Yeah, and just to test, I guess if I should now be able to... where's that? There. I should now be able to just replace the name with this one, right? And it should change the icon. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. That would mean like these objects need syncing. So I suppose it's not on a per field basis, it's on an object basis. Yeah, so let me reword that. If we can change the icon as a field value is changed in the inspector, could we use a server disconnect icon to indicate a server sync is needed on related object? And upon server sync, change all icons to server tick. That way I can clearly see if data needs syncing to the server. Yeah, I love this. I love this. I think that's possible. I bet you can. Pretty much anything you can visualize in your mind. Hello, Canthia. Good morning. Yeah, if you can like, if you can perceive it in your mind, you can pretty much do it. That's not true. I can perceive me flying through the sky like Superman, but I can't do it in real life. No, but on a computer, though, if you can, if it feels possible, then it's probably possible, right? Like I can't blow Elon Musk up by pressing a button. Or can I? So that's not possible. But like if I know that, like, you know, oh yeah, I can update icons when I do this because I just need to be able to detect this. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is doable. We want to go back to the other response. Yeah, I love that. That's really cool. Updating to Unity 6.1 find object by type. So in the exporter, instead of for each find objects of type, change it to that. So in my exporter, where's my exporter? I have everything loaded except the exporter. There we go. What did I copy? The for each. Okay, lovely. Nice. Yep, that fixed that. And updated exporter snippet. Here's the updated loop for 6.1. Updated exporter snippet. What? What the hell is an exporter snippet? Eh? What is it referring to? var all entities. Well, I know how I can find it. If I go to my warnings, there's one warning left. There it is. Yeah, there it is. It means this. Server entities. I don't know why it called it a snippet. That's what confused me. Also, why is the code so much bigger now? var all entities. It didn't even look like that though, did it? I'm confused. Is it going off track here? Well, if we look, it should be the same as the other one, right? Where we replaced, I think it's confused. I think it thinks there's more code than there is. I don't know why. Yeah, we can just use the same change that we used in the other one. Okay, so first of all, we need to test to make sure that's working. Hang on, that's idle goals. We're not doing that. Right, we're doing this. Right. Okay, so I should now have... I have objects with data on them that I can mark as server export, and it gives me a little indicator. I want to try and set up this sync icon thing where I can show whether they've been synced to my server or not. So I found the unsynced icon, and then we would go to Tools, Server Exporter, export all server entities, and hopefully oh yeah, no, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, I now want to set up a structure for the export because it wants to use application data path, which I hate. Oh, it wants to put everything in server entities as one JSON. I don't know whether I like that. Yeah,
The car's sorted anyway. You know, when they've been paint dripped on the side of the mirror.
Alright.
He just went and got some paint on it. Dabbed his own goes off for me.
Oh, nice.
No charge me out.
No, that's good.
I thought I thought I was going to have to have a respray job there. He
Yeah.
said, no, I said, he said, if you ever get any bits on it again, he said, use nail varnish remover. I went, no, I wouldn't dare use that.
Yeah.
I said, you used it on
It's probably fine on car paint
metal
jobs. Yeah.
and glass, but not on the rubbery bits because it makes them go squidgy, you know.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't dare use anything like that.
Hello, Pika. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so once... I don't know whether I like that or not. It wants to put them all in server entities. So there you go. Exported 5 entities to server entities.json. So let's take a look at that. There's my server entities. And it's empty. Okay, this is the first. So before we update server sync icons, we need to first fix this crazy ass bug. Okay. Okay, so let's get this fixed. In my test export, I should have ended up with 5 server entities, but when I load the JSON file, it only contains okay. Here's the export script again. All right. Ah, I see exactly why a JSON file is coming out just as squiggle squiggle. Instead of containing your 5 entities, the problem in Unity's JSON utility, it's very limited. It cannot serialize dictionary string objects or most generic collections except lists he. Why this happens, JSON utility is designed for Unity's own serialization. Yeah, we have Newtonsoft though, right? I think Newtonsoft is now embedded in a Unity 6.1. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, we should be doing that. Yeah, okay, so we want to be using Newtonsoft. Wait, do we not have Newtonsoft? I thought it came embedded in a 6.1. In a 6. What? What? I am very confused. I thought that came as part of every project now. What is going on? I am very confused. Is it because it's an editor script? That's so weird. Every Unity 6 project I've made up to this point has had Newtonsoft already embedded into it. So why doesn't this one? That's kind of weird. And it's not even in Unity's like repo. So do I have to add this the old way? That's so strange. I thought it was part of Unity 6 now. How odd. Good old AI's fucking gaslighting me again. Well, it gave me these weird... That's because that's not a real address. Why did it put spaces after the dots? Fucking weirdo. It is there, but it puts spaces after the dots. Freak. That's fucking Gemini again. That's Google's AI. Oh, I hate Gemini. Right, that's JavaScript. I hate things that start with J. Yeah, you know what though? I'm warming up to JSON. I used to hate JSON, but JSON definitely is useful. I still hate JavaScript and I hate Gemini. And Gemini begins with a G, not a J, but it sounds like a J. So it still counts. Okay, so now we have Newtonsoft. So let's go in and add our Newtonsoft. Are you kidding me right now? Did I install it or did I just download it? Am I being dumb? Don't answer that. That was a rhetorical question. Okay, I don't actually expect an answer to that. I already know the answer to that. Okay. It's in the project. What is happening today? Okay, I'm coming out of the project and I'm going back into it. Something is... Aliens are interfering with this. It's the only explanation. Nothing is making sense. Let me just come out of that as well. Finally! Oh! Only took a month. Alright, we finally got Newtonsoft in here. Why the hell it's not part of fucking Unity 6 like it has been up to this point? This is... I just love Unity. It's like... it may as well be the gacha game engine, and by gacha I mean it literally just gives you random things every time you start a new project. It's like... Consistency? Hell no. Where would the fun in that be? Let's give you something random each time so you have no idea what the fuck is going on. To keep you on your toes. String JSON. Where's our string JSON? There it is. Oh, are you making shit up now? Okay, I can see why people don't like GPT-5. Isn't it Newtonsoft.json or something though? It's Newtonsoft.json. Yeah, see? But then it doesn't like path JSON. Wait, what? Where did path come from? Cannot convert local variable path before it is declared. I didn't delete any variables. Eh? What was the file name before? What is going on right there? That was the file name before. Server entities.json. Eh? What is going on? Oh, it's because it added... Yeah, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's read Pika's War and Peace messages. Genshin's newest event should be out by now. I don't care. With your man, yeah, I care even less. Plus, they announced the Phase 2 banners 4-star for the version of Genshin 2. Did they? I'll try not to shit myself with excitement. Gemini does say double check online for any mistakes, so they do give a heads up. Well, that's not very good. You don't hear Sam Altman saying, oh, I'd just double check to make sure that that open heart surgery guide that it gives you is actually correct before you go ahead with a scalpel there. So, no, we trust it implicitly. Okay, it's never wrong. Please don't do that. So, yeah. It is weird to publicly say it though, like doesn't give you much like confidence in the model. Well, your favorite gacha of all time uses Unity 2. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Okay. So let me delete the old one. We don't want the icons.txt anymore either. Okay, and we're going to give it a good old server export. 5 entities exported. Yeah, you said that last time. Yay! Oh, I like that. Character ID 2 and Dobsworth. Okay. What I want to do, so before we start with like server sync icons, type character. I don't know. We could just load, I suppose. I'm trying to think, is it a bad idea to load every single data entity for the game in one big long file like that? It kind of sounds like a bad idea. But it already is separated by type, I guess. I don't know, like in my brain it feels more like, okay, the API will probably... How did it declare that type? Did it go off parent object name? Oh, I think it's class name. Okay, it used the script name, the class name. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. It just, I don't know, I feel like the API will, like, I I feel like it would be quicker if when you're asking for a character value, like let's say you want the base attack of Sarah Beddington before you go into game, it would be quicker to just load a character's JSON file rather than like scroll through every single fucking entity in the game. Like, why are we going through Sunsetias and mints and fucking turnips to find Sarah Beddington's base attack value, right? I feel like things need to be separated better. And then that way my API can just load the characters table, right? Rather than every single fucking entity in the game ever. Okay. Success. This is looking very promising. However, I am a little concerned that every single entity in the game will be stored in one giant meta file. If we need Sarah's base attack in the future, the API shouldn't need to crawl through all the food items first. Can we write separate JSON files per class and use the class name as the file name instead? Can we write separate JSON files per class and use the class name as the file name instead? Replacing type. Okay. All right. Yes, that's a very good call. Right now you've got a monolithic JSON blob containing all static entities, which is fine for small projects but will quickly become a bottleneck for server performance, version control and live updates. The clean solution is exactly what you're suggesting. Split the export into one JSON per entity type based on the class name or the type you set in server export. Right, so it's giving me a new server export tool. Oh yeah, everyone's molding about the file size of Genshin. I don't care. Has it got a pre-update available yet? No. It's not even available yet. I don't gotta worry about that. Okay, what this does, groups all exported objects by their class name or export ID if you set one in server export. Writes one JSON file per type into a server data folder next to your Unity project. Each file contains only one entities of that type. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let's get it updated. Yeah, I'm liking GPT-5, I gotta say. I am. I'm liking GPT-5 a lot. I have no beef with it. I want to make sure that our path isn't using application data. Yeah, I knew it would be. And then it wants to put it in a subfolder called server data. We can put it, yeah, we can put it in a folder called server data, I guess. Okay, let's test that. So it should now stick everything in a folder. We don't need that anymore. It will now stick everything in a folder called server data, and it will create that folder if it doesn't exist for us, and it will export our custom classes. So for testing, let's make a second class. So under game data, we will create a items class. So an item. This is really cool, by the way. This is really good. I think this is going to be a great solution going forward. So we'll have a public int of item ID. We'll have a public string of item name. A public string of item description. A public int of shop buy, shop cost. A public I don't know, what else do we want? Public bool consumable equals false, and then we need to mark that with our server export class structure. Let's get the syntax for that. There it is. This is really cool. I'm really liking this. Yeah, sometimes you really just have to get in and do it. Like, the only way to know which was the correct solution, I think, was to load Unity up and be like, okay, let's start to flesh out what feels like a new game right now and see what makes sense. And this is totally making sense to me. But when I was in my little web thing, I'll still use my web thing. When I was in my little web thing here for creating like data entities, I'm like, this feels wrong to build a game this way. But I'll still do this to like link entities to tables, I guess. But now we're going to need a different approach, I think. Maybe I need like an entity. I think yeah, that's probably what I should have. Is I'll need like an entity manager or something like that. Yeah, and for entities, we could use like the game prefix as like a folder name for all of these entity JSON metadata files. The next Genshin major update isn't until September 12th. That's fucking ages away. If we go by their phase 2 for this version pattern, oops, September 10th. Still ages away. Right, so let's create some fake items. So we will have a mint, a sunsetia, chicken, chicklin. We'll have a and now help me out here. Milk. Onion. That'll do. I also, yeah, I want to expand this further though. I don't think item ID. Okay, my two biggest concerns. Let's go back to concerns. Let's make another concerns. What are my concerns right now? Okay, my concerns right now is item name is usually inherited from object name. Item ID should probably auto increment. Let's put those the other way around. I mean, these aren't like game breaking or anything, but it's just in the interests of like speed. Because I name, like, this is what I normally do, right? I name the thing in the object. But in here, I did it differently just to, like, make this field look relevant. Having said that, we can still attach logic that overrides that. So we could still set up item to inherit the name from the object name. And we could maybe have a script that auto increments IDs and just adds the IDs by themselves. Let's just flesh it out and see what... Because I'll need some advice on that, right? So at the moment I've manually put these IDs in, but it feels kind of weird. And then this feels redundant as well. Like if it's a mint, then it's a mint. If it's a sunsettia, then it's a sunsettia. Like it feels redundant to repeat myself here for every single item. Because like milk is milk. How the fuck did that copy like that? I don't even know how that happened. Oh, that's what I was copying. Oh, is that what it copies if I copy the game object? That's kind of weird. Milk, milk, onion. Onion. So then we might have a description, something to pick in the wild. A sweet fruit used in recipes. Tastes great when barbecued. Milk used as an ingredient. Onion makes breath stinky. Alright. Shop cost, mint costs 5, sunsettias costs 6, chicken costs 20, milk costs 12, and onions costs 4. There we go, or whatever. And these, I guess these are all consumables actually. Well, chicken would need cooking, let's say. We'll make the onion. Well, in the real world, you're more likely, you wouldn't eat raw chicken, but you might eat a fruit directly, and you might drink milk directly. So I'll have the other ones as recipe only kind of thing. Okay, so let's run our export script. Make sure all is working well. With all the projects I do, I'll need a project manager down the track. This isn't really a project. So what I'm doing is I'm building tools and systems, and this is just a project I've threw together so that I can test these systems. Basically, sometimes you build projects to test systems. Sometimes you build systems to, well, you're building systems to use in projects. But yeah, this project is just to test this system. So this is never going to be a real game. It's not what it's for. Right, we only ended up with character.json. Okay. I ended up with both item and character classes in one character.json file. We can also drop type from the output. Okay. I see exactly what's happening here. The reason your items and characters are ending up in the same character.json file is because in the exporter we're using string type name, and in your server export attribute you've probably set both your character and item classes to have the same export ID. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Yeah, you are right. Okay, let me try it again then. Yeah, I'll have to watch out for that. So we'll delete server data. We'll export all server entities. Export complete, character and items. Yeah, because type is inferred from the JSON file name, right? Seems silly to repeat ourselves over and over again. If a file can only contain one type, then it's silly to repeat ourselves over and over and over again. And then to drop type, we should be able to do that ourselves. If we go into the export script, type equals mb get type, type name equals type name. Yeah, it's not as straightforward as I thought it would be. I'm not sure where type is being outputted into the JSON though, because we also use type, I think, to search through entities to make sure we know which ones we're writing. Let's see what it says. Dropping type from output. Since the file name already tells you the type is redundant, we can just remove it from the dictionary entirely. Updated exporter. Okay, yeah, it was right about me messing up there. But I also don't want application data path. There we go. So let's go back to server data. I probably had some of those files open still. No. Okay, export server entities. Server data. Yep, we've got character.json. We've dropped type, character ID. Okay, this is looking really good. And items. Milk used as ingredient. Brilliant. Yes, I'd accidentally left the same ID. All is working perfectly. I would, however, like to make some improvements. I'll say consider some improvements. Item ID typing these manually sounds like a nightmare, especially when reordering items. In the past, I've auto-incremented these with logic on the script. I'm not sure if we can achieve something similar in the editor, or perhaps during the export process. String item name. Many times I will call the item the same thing as the object name in the hierarchy. So often I will use similar logic to copy the object name over to the name field. Can a field be marked in the inspector and but then every single field's going to be like, oh, are we using the object name? Are we using the object name? Are we using the object name? So even that's going to get messy and it's going to look like shit. Let me look at it and see how should this work? See, I could still make it so that the object name is inherited from the item name, but we would need a way for the exporter to know so giving every single field the option to use the object name is the most illogical way to do it. Because if you end up with 200 fields, which you may well end up with, it's irrelevant for 199 of them. So it shouldn't be dictated on a field level. It should be dictated on a class level. So that's the wrong question. If I ask, that's the thing, asking you shall receive. If I ask that question, can a field be marked to use object name, then it will say, yeah, let me do that for you. And then I end up with 199 redundant fields. So like asking you shall receive, right? I think this is another thing with AI. You've got to have a clear, the clearer an idea of what you should be asking and what you're, you know what I mean? Like obviously the better results you're going to get. So string item name, many times I will call the item the same things as the object name in the hierarchy, so often I will use similar logic to copy the name over to the name field. So in summary, on the class level, it feels like I need a way to assign auto incrementing IDs to an int and the ability to assign the object name to a string so the exporter knows how to handle each class. What do you suggest? Alright. Gotcha. You're basically asking for quality of life automation in your Unity server export pipeline so you don't have to manually assign unique IDs, copy the game object's name into string field like item name. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm asking for. Quality of life. This is totally doable and we can make it happen without breaking your current workflow by adding a pre-export autofill step that runs in the editor. Oh, I see. That's a good idea actually. Oh, that's a really good idea. I never even thought of that. Okay, that is actually 5-head. GPT 5-head. Can I just say it? GPT 5-head. I never even thought of that. Yeah, so what it's going to do instead, which I never even thought about that, instead of doing it, let me get, where's my web thing? I'll get used to using this. Excalidraw. How do you make a new one of these? I don't want to lose this one. Does reset the canvas. Can we make a new canvas? I could just go, could just go into a blank space, couldn't I? Yeah, so instead of putting it in code, so I was thinking of like on the script, ooh, that's gaudy. Background, none. So I was thinking of like on the script saying, you know, this is an export. Good Lord, can we get the colors? Can we get something done about this? There we go. I was saying like, so you mark the script for export, and then I was thinking of saying, you know, I don't know, auto ID, and then there was a way to assign a field like an int, right, on the script like that, and then have like auto name and then assign a string field there. Now I don't even know whether that's possible. Maybe it is with reflection, but that's kind of what I was asking for. But GBT's actually done one better. I need to find a nice standard background color for these. Isn't there like, can't you have like custom colors? Ugh. Oh, these are awful. No. Isn't there like a custom color I can have? I want a dark hex color. There we go. That's kind of what I want. Right. But instead it's going to be like, no, what we'll do is on the export interface. I don't know why I'm wasting time with this. I want to get used to using this. That's why I like visual things that help viewers see what I'm talking about. And it also helps just solidify everything in my mind as well. I'll admit this is a complete waste of time for this specific thing. Because I could probably just describe it in 2 seconds. But again, I want to get used to using these tools. That's why. What it's saying instead is where we have that button that says, you know, export data, server data, it's going to add some kind of option here to say, oh, here's all your types, right? Type 1. This is what I'm guessing it's going to do. And then it's going to say use auto ID, use auto name, and then we can just kind of set it on each type, right, as we export it. So that is what I think it's going for, which is actually a really good idea. So we're creating a server export item. We'll use reflection to detect special autofill attributes on your fields, so you can mark them like this. Okay, so this is a server export item, and we want to add auto increment ID, item ID, and copy from object name, item name. Oh my god, this is actually kind of what I was asking for. So I got it wrong. So this is all wrong. That is the biggest waste of time I've ever done. Okay, whatever, just get that back. We're gonna need that later. Alright, whatever. Right, so we're going to be able to mark in our item class an auto ID. Doesn't know what that is yet, and it wants to add SQLite. Yeah, let me I'm jumping the gun here. I'm getting excited. That's why it's exciting stuff. Okay, so we create the attributes. So this can be on our system controller level, right? I don't even know whether it should be a system controller. I think it should. It just means that right now I have like a system controller that is kind of custom set up to be used with this custom API, which is fine, I guess. There we go. And now it knows what auto increment ID is. I am loving this. I am loving this. That is so cool. Right, so now we set up our item ID to be auto incrementing and our item name to be copied from the object name. And really, if we want to go even further, I guess we would hide that in the inspector. It's useful to see item IDs in the inspector, I think, because like that's kind of an important thing, right? The item ID drives everything, so like I kind of need to keep an eye on item IDs. But again, item names, like we already know what that is from the hierarchy. We know what we're looking at. So I think we've hidden item name now, but the item name is still contained in the metadata. Yeah, and like I said, I might need to see the item IDs from time to time. Okay. Modify the exporter to autofill. Okay, so it's given us a new export entities. Example workflow. In Unity, create game objects for your items. Milk, chicken, mince, and setia. Onion. Attach the item mono behavior with auto increment ID, copy from object name. Leave item ID and item name blank in the inspector. I need to leave them blank in the inspector, don't I? I don't know if I can leave item name blank now that I've hidden it from the inspector. It'll be fine. Will it though? Multi-object editing is not supported either. Oh, that's a bit of a kick in the balls. So now we've added this thing. It's not giving me the option to like auto like group edit things anymore, which is a really useful thing to be able to do. Because if I want to, like when I was making idle girls, I obviously like it lets me set everybody's base attack to like, you know, whatever 40 just for like testing. But now we've got this thing, it won't let me multi-object edit, which is a bit of a bitch. I feel like that might kick me in the balls, actually. That's a bit of a bitch, actually. Why, though? They have the same fields. Like, why won't Unity let me auto, like, group edit those when they have the same fields? That's quite the bitch. That is quite the bitch. Did I update? I can't even remember. Did I update my export entities script? I don't think I did. I need to close this because I keep loading it by mistake. That's my idle girls code. Right, this is the one I want. You're the one that I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You're the one that I want. Also, it's starting to hallucinate a little bit. Because it forgot that we're using Newtonsoft and it's gone back to... Oh no. It's gone back to simple JSON or whatever the fuck. Okay. So let me see if I can find where it's... I have two options right now. I either feed it back the script and say, oi, are you feeling alright? Alright, try to manually find where it's doing this magic. Oh no, it only gave me, wait a minute, it did only give me one method update. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. It just updated that one method and I was trying to update the whole script. That's why it was not happy. So I think we're good. There's only one way to find out. This is going to be such a nice solution. See, this is exactly why, like, this is why I get mad at Accursed Farms and stuff. So people don't understand how, like, how much work it is to make these games, and like it's more the games is probably less work than the systems. Like if you spend enough time building, this is what I've learned more and more and more. Like the more you can really fine tune like a big overhauling system for future games, like the way easier it's going to get. But then also you run into this problem where I can also see how you end up with 56 Call of Duties and how you end up being a company like Idea Factory that basically churns out the same goddamn RPG game, you know, with just different characters, different story and slightly different level geometry. Because once they've built their driving systems, it's like, yeah, they spent a lot of time making those and they see no reason to sort of, you know, build anything outside of that. I think a lot of companies fall into this trap. A lot of game companies, I think, fall into this trap. Telltale went bust because of that. They didn't want to let go of the Telltale engine. Square Enix's like Final Fantasy XIV and some of their older games sort of stuck in this like, I don't know, like creative stumper or whatever. And it's because, you know, they spend so much time and money and effort building the system driving things that, you know, when other competitors start adding new things that their systems can't support, it's like, well, we don't want to start from scratch just to add this one thing, but then one thing becomes two things, and then three things, and then four things, and then, you know, before long. Bethesda, same thing. Bethesda's still using the same dog shit old fucking game engine and the same dog shit old way of making games, and it feels so dated now. Everybody fucking hates their games. I saw it even back as far as fucking Skyrim. I was like, this seems overrated. And now, like, with their latest thing, people are really noticing it. It's like, oh my god, like, this is just so far behind everybody else. And yeah, it's because they have these systems that they don't want to start building from scratch new ones, because they spent so much time and money and effort on their existing systems, and everybody only knows how to make things with their existing systems. So it's easy to, as fun as this is and as helpful as this is going to be for like the next few games going forward, I think it's also important to not say, okay, I'm never going to touch that ever again, right? Like, you should never be like, okay, this is finished and it's cemented and it's complete, and we're never ever going to let it budge or move. And again, I also genuinely think that this is why Genshin Impact isn't giving us artifact loadouts. It's not because they don't want to give us artifact loadouts, it's because the systems that drive everything just don't support it, and it's too hard now to like unravel it all, and you know, and it's not worth it for them to do all that just so they can give us artifact loadouts. You know what I mean? We might want it, but the systems probably just don't support it. And they don't want to say that because it makes them sound a bit incompetent, but it's not incompetence. It's just, if you know, a system will only do what you made it to do. It's that black and white at the end of the day. I don't know. There's probably, I feel like there should be a way they can tack something on though. You can normally like patch things over the top, even if systems are a bit sort of. But I don't know. It depends. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Some systems are really like cemented down, and it's really difficult to work outside of them. And it might be a case of that where they really can't just patch something over the top. Anyway, yeah, but I think that's something to watch out for as well. Like, you know, if this system I'm building today I'm using 10 years from now, which I hope I will, then I at least want to evolve it over the next 10 years. But it's easy to just set it and forget it and be like, nah, I'm good the way I do it. It's fine. My system doesn't support this thing, so my game won't have it, and that's the end of it. It depends though. I'm probably still going to be a hobbyist in 10 years making games, you know, because I like making games, and probably not going to be on, I don't know, played by hundreds of thousands of people on Steam. So like, it's less of a problem if you're kind of only doing it for your own enjoyment. But who knows? Okay, I think what happened, that might be a good thing. Yeah, so we dropped type. Also, why is it exporting it in this weird order? I don't like that it's exporting it in a weird order. So it exported Ann Dobsworth first, who is character ID 2. Like, and if I'm having auto-incrementing IDs, this is super important that it exports things in the correct order. Yeah, that's kind of weird, actually. Actually, we didn't. Yeah, so milk got ID of 0, but was milk's not the first item? Okay, so this is a real problem now. Because I would be expecting in my engine that mint is the first item and that's going to have an ID of 0. To be fair, mint got the item ID of 2, which is what it gave it because it was the third exported item. Okay, so this is where it gets weird. So the good news is that the ID that was assigned to it from the exporter has been reflected in the hierarchy. But I still don't like that it's exporting things in a strange order. Like, that will confuse the shit out of me. And I think it's very dangerous as well. Because it's easy to get things mixed up like that. Okay, so I'm going to shout at it a little bit. Okay, so thank you, that has helped a lot. However, I'm concerned about the export order. Good news. Item ID assigned during export is reflected in the inspector. Bad news. The export order does not match the hierarchy order, and I'm very concerned this will get confusing and things will get very mixed up. What constitutes the export order, and can we get it to match the hierarchy? Okay. I know exactly what's going on there. The export order you're seeing is not matching the Unity hierarchy because of how GameObject find objects by type and the old find objects of type works. Why the order is different: find objects by type returns objects in internal scene memory order, which is not guaranteed to match the visual hierarchy order in the editor. Where the order is different: find objects by type T returns objects. Even if you use instance ID, that's just sorting by Unity's internal instance IDs again, not the same as the hierarchy order. Unity's hierarchy order is essentially depth first traversal of the scene tree from top to bottom. So right now, your IDs are being assigned in whatever order Unity happens to return them, which is why they don't match what you see in the hierarchy. How to match the hierarchy order: we need to get all root game objects in the scene in hierarchy order, traverse their children recursively in the same order Unity displays them, collect only the ones with server export components. Unity actually gives us a way to do this. Scene manager get active scene, game object roots equals scene.get root game objects. The get root game objects array is the hierarchy order for the root level. If we then recursively walk transform get child I in order, We'll get the exact same order as in the hierarchy window. Okay. So we need to use scene management. Get exportable objects in hierarchy order. Okay, so these, I guess these are functions that we're adding to the editor script then. So we want to use scene manager. I like to keep my Unity engine things together. There we go. And we have two new functions that we need to add. There we go. Beautiful. Then in your export entities method, instead of for each of our MB, this one in mono behaviors, it's not that one actually. It's the one that uses find objects of type. Where is that? There it is. Yeah. So here, how do I put a dot there? Why does it put dot? There. I'm always accidentally putting dots on these when I don't want them. The one time I want to do that and I can't freaking do it. Right. Okay. So we're going to do get export order instead. So it's this one. That is very nice. Why? What this changes, the exporter now walks the scene tree in the same order as the hierarchy window. That's what we want. IDs will be assigned top to bottom exactly as you see them in Unity. Yeah, because I do that a lot, right? Obviously, sometimes I'll want to reorder things and I just drag and drop them, right? Because it's nice. I like to, I'm a very like OCD, like, you know, as I'm building things, I'll be like, okay, these are all fruits. Let's put them together, or whatever it is. Like I'll find some way to sort them that makes sense to me, and so I might be like, okay, these are all fruits. Let's put the fruits together. Then there's the meats. Then there's the this, because of like the way they're going to get used in the game or whatever, right? And then it's easy for me to go through all the meats by just seeing them together, as an example. And so when I do that, I want my server data to match the order that, you know, makes sense to me. Okay, so that should update that then. So let's delete our server data folder and do an export. Export all server entities. Server data. Let's make sure these are closed. Oh, it's asking me if I want to reload it. I should have just said yes, shouldn't I? Whatever. Alright, so forget this one. We didn't actually mark them as auto-incrementing or anything. But this one we did. So mints first. Yep. Then chicken. Yep. Then sunsettia. Yep. I said mint. Did I say mint? Mint and milk. Why did I make two things that sound similar? It's fine. No, that's correct. Milk and onion. Yeah. So it is in exactly the correct order now. And then as we go through item IDs now, these should be in the order. So as soon as we export it, we'll know if it's working. So to really test this now, if we put onion at the top and then re-export it, onion should become item ID 0. Yep, there it is. And if we reload the file, it should now be first in the list. Beautiful. Makes breath stinky. Perfect. Yeah, that's great. I'm very happy with that. So now there's only one function I want to do. This is really, really great, actually. I think I want to back this up because it's so good. It's a tiny little thing I'm going to ask for next. I think we're good. This is pretty much done now. The export function. Really, really good. I'm just going to make a backup of Prometheus test. And I'm going to ask it if we can. Where's my icons? There it is. Okay. I have one final question about a potential improvement regarding the icons shown in the hierarchy. If we can change the icon as a field value is changed in the inspector, could we use a server disconnect icon to indicate a server sync is needed on a related object, and upon server sync change all icons to server tick? That way I can clearly see if any data needs syncing to the server. And really, well, the thing is, this is the other thing, right? We're not really syncing anything to the server. I mean, the way this works currently, it exports the meta files that I need to upload to the server, which is fine. That is fine. But wouldn't it be better if it just uploaded to the server? Directly. So I guess I have two questions. Okay, I have two more questions about potential improvements. Question 1. Can Unity FTP directly into my server with a settings? I don't know, scriptable object or something. Okay, I have two more questions about potential improvements. 1, can Unity FTP directly into my server with a settings scriptable object containing the credentials? 2, regarding the icon shown in the hierarchy, if we can change the icon value, could we use a server disconnect icon to indicate a server sync is needed? And upon server sync, change all icons to server tick. That way I can clearly see if any data needs syncing to the server. If so, I'd like to just upload these files directly to my server from Unity. Alright, we can ask. I'm sure it's all doable. I'm sure those things, it's both doable. I have two more questions about potential improvements. 1, can Unity FTP directly into my server with a settings scriptable object containing credentials? If so, I'd like to just upload these files directly to my server from Unity. 2, regarding this icon shown in the hierarchy, if we can change the icon as a field value is changed in the inspector, could we use a server disconnect icon to indicate a server sync is required? And once server sync has occurred, we update those to show that it's synced, basically. Alright, let's do it. Let's see what it says. Alright, both of these are absolutely doable in Unity, and they'd make your pipeline feel like a proper in-house game studio tool. Let's break them down one by one. Unity FTP upload with scriptable object credentials. Yes, Unity can FTP directly to your server, and the cleanest way to store the credentials is in a scriptable object, so you can edit them in the inspector and keep them out of your code. Step 1, create the settings scriptable object. Okay. I'm just trying to think, where's this gonna go? Create asset menu file name. Is that going on my system controller maybe? Where is the place to put that? I'm nervous about it going on the system controller though, because well, all that's doing is giving me the ability to create the scriptable object though, isn't it? Didn't actually work. Wouldn't that want to be an editor script? You'd create this asset in your project. Oh, it's saying that's the script no, I understand. Okay, I'm being stupid. That's the script to put on the object. It's kind of obvious now that I think about it. I thought it was adding a menu option, because it says menu, doesn't it? What? This is why I thought that. Menu name server FTP settings. Right? Create asset menu. So I thought this was giving me a menu option to create the scriptable object. So I go to, like, you know, set server settings or whatever, and then it creates the object for me through the menu. But I think this is the code that we're putting onto the scriptable object. So in core, we would just create an empty, it's not even a mono here. Can you create an empty object? Scriptable object script. FTP. I never use scriptable objects, by the way. People swear by them, but it's not something that I have ever really... What do I do though? Do I just type my credentials directly into the code? That's not even what I meant. Is that what a scriptable object looks like? That just looks like a script. What? I thought, what am I thinking of then? Okay, so some of these third-party plugins will use an object. Let me load something. I want to know what it is then. If it's not a scriptable object, what the fuck is it? Because that's what I meant. In that case, I hate scriptable objects. I thought I did. I need to update Miku. I know Miku has one for Twitch connections. And they're super cool. And I always thought they were scriptable objects, but maybe they're not. Well, what are they then? Let's back up Miku before we update her, just in case. I know Miku definitely has one. I've seen them loads of times, right? Like a lot of third party like asset things tend to use them a lot. It's like just somewhere in your project where you can store like data on an object. I always assumed those were scriptable objects, but I never really understood that even the term scriptable object doesn't really make any sense in Unity, because any object is scriptable. So like, what does that even mean, a scriptable object? Like, if you want a scriptable object, you stick a script on an object. So why do they have this special thing called a scriptable object? I still don't fully understand. Like I said, I don't actually use them, so maybe that's why I don't know what they are. but I don't think I like them. I just don't really see a need for them. But I thought there that this was the one use case for them, but I guess I'm thinking of something else. And now I want to know what I'm thinking of. So it sounds like maybe a scriptable object is just an object with a script on it that doesn't necessarily live in your scene. And maybe the point in that is you can store data on it and it doesn't end up in the hex string dump in your builds, so it doesn't reveal things like API keys and stuff like that. Yeah, I guess. Here we go. We've got the find object by type error again. Unity, why are you always... This is why I want to leave. This is another reason why I want to leave Unity. Look at this. Look at these 60 warnings. Just because they keep changing shit. Like, fuck off, Unity. Like, just, seriously. I don't need your bullshit. Why do I have to fix 60 fucking warnings just because you know, changed a bunch of stuff that I didn't ask you to change? Like, I don't like being at the whim of somebody else's. I don't know. I do think I'm starting to outgrow Unity, and that's why I think I'm going to... My next game's going to be in an open source engine, and then I can start to add things to that engine then that suit me, and I don't have to be at the behest of somebody else's updates and whatnot. I heard online last night that White Shadow had PC login problems recently. I don't even know what it is. To the point where PC players couldn't play the game at all. I didn't even think it was on PC. I don't even know what White Shadow is. Let me turn the screen off. Because this has Twitch connection data, API keys and things on it. I can figure out where it is. Twitch chat. There it is. Twitch connection data. Okay, what is this thing? If it's not a scriptable object, what is that? It's got a script on it. Twitch connect data. I like these. They have a special little icon. It is a scriptable object. So then why does this scriptable object look different to the one that I just made in my project? That is the question. I can't show it because it has my Twitch credentials on it. But I don't really see any difference in the structure. It still says create asset menu, file name equals Twitch Connect data, menu name equals Twitch Chat Connect, Twitch Connect data, order equals 1. And yet it looks vastly different from the thing that I just made in my project. I don't know. Apparently that is a scriptable object, so I'm confused. But it has a completely different icon than a normal script. Right, I can show my screen now, I think. So I'm talking about this. This has like super secret things in it. But when I just went in to look at it, like look at its structure, it actually is a scriptable object. But yet it has this special little icon. So why why does my scriptable object just look like that? Just looks like FTP. Is like what's different? I don't understand. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something wrong? I went to scriptable object script, and look, it's just the same icon that it always is. Why? Does it need refreshing? Why? All I wanted was that cool little icon. Now it just looks like a regular script, though. I don't like it. I don't like it. Is there a reason that it doesn't look like a scriptable object? It's .cs. Is that also a .cs? I can't click it though because it'll show my shit. Let me hide my screen again. No, it's a .asset. What? Okay, well that might be the reason why. Okay, it's actually a .asset. I can't see extensions in here though, so I'd have to go into here and change it here, and then that's going to make my meta redundant. Okay, give me a second. If I close my project and change this to asset, and change that to asset, also there might be something in here that needs changing. Not really. Okay, now does it look cool? Sometimes the wars I fight are really not the hills worth dying on that I think they are. Failed to load ftp.asset. File may be corrupted or was serialized with a newer version of Unity. What are you talking about? Why? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. You're just gaslighting me now. I will not give up. I want it to look like that other one. I'm gonna ask GPT because I don't know. I said I already use these things. When I created my scriptable object through create scriptable object, it looks like a regular C# script and has the .cs extension. In a different project, these are .asset files with a different looking icon. Am I doing something wrong? When I created my scriptable object through create scriptable object, it looks like a regular C# script and has the .cs extension. In a different project, these are .asset files with a different looking icon. Am I doing something wrong? I see exactly what's happening here, and it's a common Unity first time with scriptable objects. Gotcha. You're not doing anything wrong, but there's a difference between C# script that defines the scriptable object type and the actual scriptable object asset instance that lives in your project and stores data. what you have now, when you do create scriptable objects, or just make a C# file manually, Unity creates a CS file like that. That CS file is just a definition. It's like a blueprint. It's not the actual data file you can edit in the inspector. Okay. What you're expecting in your other project, you're seeing .asset files with a special icon. Those are instances of your scriptable object type saved as Unity assets. Okay. Just gonna copy that bit. Ugh. Yeah, I think we also... My new server thing wants me to use some like weird ass fucking thing. If I have a look at that. I'm using some other weird connection thing. SFTP. Instead of just like regular FTP, I guess. So I don't know whether SFTP would be handled differently. Right. So I have my FTP definition as a scriptable object. I'm still super nervous about that. And is it expecting me to type my credentials into the C# script? I'm guessing not, because we would create an asset instance of that, which then asks me to enter my credentials. And if we go down, it tells me how to do it, I think. In Unity's project window, right-click in a folder, go to the menu path you set in menu name. What? The menu path you set in menu name. E.g. my data example. Click it and Unity will create an asset folder. What? What do you mean? I'm so confused. This, you can tell I've never used, this is my first time. I think this is actually my first time ever in 12 years, or probably even longer now, probably 13 years in Unity, of ever creating an actual scriptable object from scratch. So it said menu name scriptable objects FTP, but there is no. What am I looking at? Am I looking at a menu? I'm so confused. Scriptable objects. What do you mean? I'm so confused. Like asset, create asset menu. I think it's saying create scriptable objects FTP. That's horrible. That is horrible. Right, and now I can put my credentials in there. Oh god, I hate. Okay, I'm adding scriptable objects to the list of things that I hate. That is so convoluted. So that's JavaScript that I hate, Google Gemini that I hate, and scriptable objects. Okay, I hope everyone's keeping track. I hate these things. Oh my god. So I'm obviously not going to type these things onto the screen right now. I think I would need to go onto my web server and set up an actual FTP credential thing, because right now I only have one for SFTP. And I don't know if I can use that or not. I daren't even ask it. Like, I daren't be like, oh, actually, can we change it so that it's SFTP? We probably could, and that would make my life easier, because I'm now using SFTP. The only reason I'm using SFTP in CyberDuck now is because it came up, it said, like, you know, recommended, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I probably should be like using secure FTP these days, but it was a pain in the ass to set up, and I still have issues now and again whenever I need to like reconnect to it use through CyberDuck. Okay, let me hide my screen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to log onto my web server and see if I can set up an FTP account for it. Right, we've got hosting, FTP, one of 200 used. Why would you give a regular customer? I don't. Like, why would I need 200 FTP accounts? Whatever, create a new account. Username, this will be set automatically. Why? Let me pick my own username, bitch. I don't like that. Alright. Generate a random secure string. Right. Let me put that somewhere. Okay, I have a random password. Personal note, optional. It doesn't let me pick It doesn't let me pick a FTP. My only options are SFTP or SFTP plus SSH. Oh, bollocks. Well, now I'm going to have to fucking use SFTP. Okay, so scrub that then. I'll use the same one FTP account, because one FTP account is less... less accounts, less doors into the thing, right? That's how I see it. Am I allowed to show it? Can I show the password? No, I can only set a new one. Oh, you fucking pain in the ass. I fucking hate everything. I hate everything. Okay, add everything to the list of things that I hate right now. I actually hate everything. Did I save my old FTP password anywhere? Probably not. And there's no way to get it through CyberDuck. So this is going to kick me out of CyberDuck as well, isn't it? Oh, goody. I fucking hate everyone and everything. I really do. Also, it said it was generating me a random string. I swear that's the same random string it generated me last time. Alright, I'm going to need to save this new password, which is in itself a security risk. Like if you think about it, this is the other thing that I think sometimes is, it's one of those things where, like, if you're going to force me to change a password, like, you can be too aggressive, right? Like, all you got to do is imagine a system where you're at work and you're using some work machine, and the work machine forces you to change your password every half an hour. How secure do you think any of those passwords are actually going to be? If you're forcing people to change their password every half an hour.
Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream.
Do you think they're going to be picking unique and secure passwords each and every time? No, they're not. So, like, there's a point where you can sort of, like, it becomes less secure. Because if you let someone pick one password one time only, they'll probably pick a good password. But if you're going to force them to change it all the time, then people are going to use fucking predictable patterns, because that's how we are as people. Or if they are picking good passwords, those passwords are going to be fucking written down somewhere or something, right? Because they're going to need to remember them. So then you've just created like a new fucking way of allowing people to get into the thing. Anyway, I'm going to need to not show any of this. My password is now changed. Oh goody. I have a server host. Port 22. Maybe I shouldn't have said that out loud. It's only a port number. Protocol SFTP. Username is auto-generated. Same what I was using before. Okay, that should have everything that I need. Send connection data by email. Then they say, oh, we can send this super secure connection data by an insecure email if you'd like. Yeah, why don't you paint it on the side of my house as well while you're at it? Sure. Print me a t-shirt, I'll wear it. I'll wear my fucking password on my t-shirt. How about that? Anyway, so I guess we're now kicked out of... We're actually not kicked out of CyberDuck. Okay, that's kind of worrying, actually.
On Twitch, Hiker QuickTime 787 says, we all reveal some things by mistake as we're only human after all.
Yeah, this is where I get kicked out of
Cynthia
CyberDuck.
says, new Snowbreak character hot vampire that has grey hair but also sexy blonde.
I don't care. I'm over Snowbreak. Like I said, if we get a new actual, let me know. SSH private key, none. Login. Login successful. Okay, we're back in CyberDuck. Now I need to let GPT know that we are not allowed to use FTP accounts on Ionis. And I must log in through SFTP. I'm sure it's going to love me for this. I'm just going to try and get to a page that isn't a security risk. Okay. I think we're good. I tried to create a new FTP account on Ionos to use here. However, there is now no FTP option and only SFTP. I have all the credentials, but I'm thinking our setup will now need to change somewhat. Okay. There was also SFTP with SSH or something. Okay. Yeah, that's a big but increasingly common change. A lot of hosting providers, including Ionos, SiteGround, are dropping plain FTP entirely in favor of SFTP because FTP sends credentials in plain text. Yeah, I know. I know. It's good. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. SFTP is encrypted end to end. Many modern firewalls block FTP but allow SFTP. Really? This means our Unity server upload pipeline needs to switch from using FTP web request, which only supports FTP and FTPS, to an SFTP capable library. Key difference: FTP uses port 21 unencrypted. SFTP uses port 22. Does it? I thought it gave me a different port number. Give me a second. Oh no, it did give me port 22. Okay. FTP web request in .NET, no SFTP support at all. What the fuck? Microsoft, sort it out. Where's your SFTP? Eh, Microsoft? You trying to... Why don't you just pull all our knickers down and show our asses to everyone?
Hiker QuickTime 787 says,
Solution.
I heard the UK has some weird location names.
Why don't you just turn me into a Snowbreak vampire and be fucking done with it? Solution. Alright, well, I'll bite. Let's see it. Let's see it. Where is it? There'll be a website one now. That's not the official website though, is it? She should be on here though. Tier list? See, this game is so dead. It's all just complaints. The content creators broken again. There aren't even pictures on here. What the hell? I didn't even mean. I was trying to Google Snowbreak and it took me because it's auto completed the Snowbreak GG. That's why. Stupid autocomplete. That's the official website there. Is that a...
I'm done trying out Snowbreak's Twin Gazer.
I can't see it very well. Oh, she's cute. I prefer this one. She's cute. This isn't the vampire, is it? Oh, is that the vampire? Okay, she's actually cute. Is that her? That is not at all how you described her. I was just thinking of some goth, like, I thought she'd be... this is not at all what I was expecting. She's actually cute, I'll be honest. She is cute. I was not expecting someone so cute. Oh, you bastard. She is actually really cute, isn't she? What the hell?
Canthea _ posted a link.
I don't want to play Snowbreak. Snowbreak sucks. No, I'm not doing that. Fuck off UK age verification. They're UK age verificationing me.
Hiker QuickTime 787 says, eat the gazer.
I can load it in my Firefox, which already has me signed in. Keep that one open. I want to watch the rest of that at some point. She doesn't look as cute now. She's still cute though. I won't get her anyway though. Oh, come on. Jesus, do you want to find a shorter skirt? Couldn't quite see your fucking... uterus. I wonder if there are supplies. Did they put clouds over her boobs? I think they did. Why are you doing this to me? Why would you do this to me?
Canthea says, and she has an umbrella.
I just don't know why you would do something like this to me. I was happy divorced from Snowbreak. I was a happy divorcee. I was about to join a divorcees club, knitting club. It was going to be great. I was just going to knit and talk about, you know, the good old days and eat beans. Ryan, you have to go and fucking show me this. How long is this fucking trailer? So is her umbrella also a gun, or is her weapon just a gun? Like just it's a different weapon. Yeah, no, her umbrella, I think the umbrella's the gun, isn't it?
Canthea says, see the bats as she moves so cool.
No, I won't be able to play anyway. The UK will make me upload my passport to play, and I'm not doing that. I don't want this game associated with my passport. Imagine next time I want to go to fucking, you know... Next time I want to go to E3 and have a business meeting with everyone, and you know what I mean? At customs they can see this kind of shit all over my passport. This is no good. What the hell is wrong with this game?
Canthea says, at least they try new things.
Oh, don't you be at least in me. Not in the mood for your at least. Well, at least I don't need to worry about it. I'm not going to play it. It'll be up for another fucking month anyway, so who knows. In the next month, maybe I'll check it out at some point, but... Right, I need to do this. Right, so solution, use a third-party FTP library like SSH. MIT licensed, works in Unity editor. So the latest release, allegedly. Okay, it actually gave me normally when GPT sends me to GitHub, It gives me a link to like a fucking ice cream van or something. It's like nothing at all to do with what it said it was. And I'm like, what? Why is this the link? But this time it actually sent me to something that looks like it might actually be related to the thing that we're talking about. So that's impressive. So I think GPT-5 is a little improvement over GPT-4 personally. I don't know why people are so hateful towards it. So should we just git clone this? This one's releases. Should we just get the zip? Oh no, it's gonna want me to compile it, isn't it? I don't want to compile it. You got a fucking pre-compiled ready to go. Yeah, they've only got the source code though. I fucking hate things like this. Just give us a fucking pre-compiled binary, you pricks. Not everybody wants to... We're not on fucking Linux. Nobody wants to sit there and compile everything from scratch. Oh, I hate this. I actually hate this. Add this to the list of things I hate. I now hate this as well. Right, okay. I know it's starting to sound like I hate everything, but I actually like GPT-5. So basically, I hate everything except the thing that everybody else hates, and I like that actually. So I'm a bit of a freak. I can't help it. I like what I like. All right, okay, we want to git clone SSH. Do we have a solution file? Yes, we do. Okay. This is such a pain in the ass. Okay, let's see it. So I assume we want RenCSSH net release. Any CPU is probably better. Although all my games are 64-bit anyway. I feel like everything should be 64-bit these days. There isn't like a Unity specific one or anything. Test tools, test, integrate and test, integration benchmarks, AOT compatibility. Yeah, we just want the big boy, 64-bit. Let's go. Alright, we're compiling. One build succeeded. Try not to get too excited about that. Okay. Where? Where the fuck did it build at? What am I even looking for? Is it a DLL? Right. Source rencSSH.net. bin release. Oh god, what version of net are we on? Oh shit, the bed. I hate this. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this! Okay. I'm not sure which one we want actually. I mean, if you go to Unity project settings, so it says something about the .NET version here. The default Unity.NET, but again, I'm moving away from Unity, right? And the new engine I want to use actually supports .NET 8, but the standard for Unity is standard 2.1. So I guess we want standard 2.0 then, don't we? Yeah, we want this. We want this DLL file. That's what we want. Okay, let's see if it works properly. So I like to have like a third party. Where I put third party shit. And I guess we want this DLL file. Why are you vomiting fucking Visual Studio all over my ass? I knew it would complain. Auto reference, validate references, editor, standalone, web. Probably exclude web. Actually, we're excluding standalone as well. Actually, we only want editor. Yeah, God, no, yeah, we definitely don't. We definitely don't want to be FTPing into our site in standalone. So we only want Windows 64-bit editor. Apply. Stop vomiting Studio all over me. Right, and we've still got an issue. Unable to resolve references. Microsoft extensions logging abstractions. Microsoft extensions logging abstractions. It wants to use bouncycastle.cryptography. Okay. I compiled the DLL and it looks like we're missing some dependencies. Can you help me resolve these? Yep, I know exactly what's going on here. You've run into a dependency chain problem because you compiled a recent version of SSH.NET for .NET Standard 2 and the newer builds of SSH.NET now pull in a bunch of NuGet dependencies that Unity doesn't ship with by default. Why this happened, older versions of SSH.NET were self-contained, no external dependencies. Oh good. Well, should I get an old version then? Newer versions, especially post 2022, started using extensions logging abstractions. Unity's mono runtime doesn't automatically resolve NuGet dependencies unless you manually include them. 3 ways to fix this. Option 1, use the last self-contained SSH.NET recommended for Unity. Yeah, I was going to say that sounds like a better situation to me. I already said I hate this, don't I? I just want to make sure I made that clear. I hate this. Alright, let's go, and we need an older version of this. Okay, so why does it do that now? It never used to do that. It started doing it in Unity 6, I think. Don't know why. It's super annoying. It's about my only complaint about Unity 6. Right, so it's saying we should use this version. Can I git clone a specific version, or do I just download it? Oh wait, we've got a bin ready to go. Oh, that's more like it. .NET Standard 2.0. Oh, it's ready to, it's pre-compiled, ready to go. Why didn't you say so? Why didn't you bloody say so then? You sent me here in the first place. I only clicked your link. GPT. Yeah, I can see why people don't like GPT-5 now, actually. No, you know what GPT-4 would have done though? It would have given me a link that would have taken me to fucking Ann Summers page or something, and I'd have been very confused. I'd be like, wait, how am I supposed to FTP into my site with this bra exactly? What's going on? I'm confused. Okay, let me close some of these. Okay. This is the one we want. You're the one that I want. So this is another example of how, like, progress isn't really progress. It's still complaining. Editor. Oh, no. Everything but editor. Exclude. We only want Windows. We want x64. Go. I bet it still complains. This, I did do the right one, right? Oh no, it's okay. It's happy now. It's actually happy. Yay! It's happy. I'm gonna need to make sure I keep a copy of that. I mean, if it's in my Unity projects, then it's in my Unity projects, isn't it? But yeah, obviously it's super important that I use this specific version. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a fucking dependency resolving nightmare on my hands. Okay, so we have the third-party library now. Okay. I'm beginning to wonder if it's worth it, to be honest. Like, this was all so that the alternative was that I upload the... It's not exactly hard to upload a couple of metadata files, is it? Why do I also feel like this could be like a fucking huge security, like, vulnerability in the future? Well, it's fine because I'd strip it out of the player build anyway. So it's fine, I think. We're in this deep now. Right, we're in this deep now. It's open in another folder. Why are you lying? Are you not lying? Okay, go ahead. There we go. Alright, so we're looking good. Should I back up the new... I think I should back this up again. I've probably got it open already, haven't I? Yeah. Okay, we'll call this copy. It's good to back it up. I'm happy with this so far though, it's looking pretty good. Yeah, so if we think about it, we now have we'll have Unity, which exports or directly uploads server data, especially of the static type. And then our Unity will also pull that data, because really we could think of this as like Unity Dev has the ability to do that. Normal Unity will like the player version will just pull from server data, and then our server will have an API, and the API will basically deliver the server data and handle direct requests from Unity, and connects to the DB. Okay, that's pretty cool. Can't believe I'm doing this. Well, I guess I'll have to auto run at startup because this is just the launcher, isn't it? Is it even up? I bet this is like 2 weeks away or something, innit? But it is. Put that to one side. Where's my Unity's gone? There. Right, I'm done with this now. I don't need that open. I don't need the script open for it. I think I'm done with this as well, to be honest. Alright, there we go. Okay, yes, that version is now imported in Unity and ready to use. At the moment, I only have the scriptable object definition, which looks like this. I'm going to change it because it's not like FTP doesn't even make sense anymore because we're not even using FTP. So let's call it server config. Alright. Yes, that version is now imported in Unity and ready to use. At the moment I only have the scriptable object definition, which looks like this. Can you show me how to update, please? Perfect. Since you now have 2020.1 imported and ready, we can update your server config scriptable object to work with SFTP instead of plain FTP. And then I'll give you a Unity editor uploader that uses it. We'll also make it editor only so it doesn't bloat your builds. Yeah, and we don't have a massive security fucking vulnerability. Update the scriptable object for SFTP. So there we go. We have a new scriptable object definition. So if we right click, create scriptable object, server config, I'm getting the hang of this. it now creates an SFTP config for me, which I can fill in my credentials for. So let me do that now. I don't need to hide the screen. I should probably save this somewhere in case I need it. Well, I suppose it's going to be saved here, isn't it? I guess. Which is the worrying thing. So that's my host. Yep. Port 22 is already filled in. Protocol we don't need. Username is that. And password is that. And then the remote folder wants to use game data. I need to think about this. So we're essentially going to have two data types. We have data types that only exist in raw JSON and data types which end up becoming tables in databases. I already know that I want... So first of all, I'm going to start with Prometheus, which is the name of the name I'm giving to this, like, Unity Cloud Save Gaming Services, whatever. Like, that's the service name I'm giving this, which handles all of these things. And then, so in a subfolder of Prometheus, I think there should be, like, maybe just data. Yeah, I think I'll just call it data. And then what I want is subfolders for each game prefix. So I'll create the data folder now. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we'll stick all the data, JSON stuff in data, and each game will have its own prefix folder. And then anything that's like core related will go directly in the data folder. Okay, so let me just map that out and take that off my screen so I'm not exposing credentials. Okay. Alright, so on my server, my structure is going to look like that. So we've got Prometheus, which is where the service, all the service stuff related to this is going. And then a subfolder of Prometheus of data where all the JSON data objects are going to live. Anything that's like core service related will go here. So I'll add a little core Prometheus service stuff in this folder. And each get prefix will live in a prefix subfolder off of data. Is it a capital D? I don't think it is. I think it's just lowercase d actually. Yeah, it's a lowercase d. I'm just going to get that right because it's case sensitive. Cool. I'm just going to check something super quick. Turn my screen off again. Yeah, I did use the lowercase d. I just want to make sure that I used the lowercase d on my scriptable object as well, which I did. Yep. Okay, so we look like we're good and ready to go. What was it? Its next reply. I can do that myself though. Like if it shows me how to do this part, I can probably set up the prefix thing and everything myself. We'll make an editor-only static utility that uses ssh.net to upload files. So it's giving me an SFTP uploader script. So in my editor folder, I need an SFTP uploader. Can't find Renzi. Oh, it's set to Linux for some reason. So the errors went away because it thought I wanted to use Linux. Incompatible with the current platform. Oh my god. Unable to resolve reference ssh.net security.cryptography. Ah my god. Is that not included in the... Was it not included in this download somewhere? I still got that one. And that one. It only comes with it only has the DLL. But it said ssh.net or something, didn't it? But I suppose SSH, I think SSH.net is like the name of the protocol. The thing itself is called Rency. So yeah, SSH.net isn't the name of the thing. So like the dependency isn't part of this, it's actually an external dependency. Alright, so I need to find that dependency, I guess. See if I can fix this myself. What am I doing? It's that one I want. What am I doing? That's what I need. I'll put Unity as well in case somebody else is. So you can get it through NuGet. Apparently NuGet. Well, this is related to the thing that I'm using actually. Cryptography. Oh, so maybe it was. Maybe it was from the same people. I don't think this is the same people actually. Fucking source code again. Is this the one that I need? I think this is the one that I need. Build. I think these are just zip files. So you just rename them. Okay, maybe they're not. And they actually are, they are, but maybe that one's not what I thought it was. Is this isn't even a solution file, does it? I love this. This is so fun. Let me just try something super quick.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
Package as deep as being...
What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear.
The package is being deprecated, and as it is legacy, it is no longer maintained. Is what it is. Download the package for it. There you go. This will be a zip file. I have 16 downloads folders open right now. I think this is what I want. There it is. Third party. SSHnet security.cryptography. Yay, it's happy. No errors. That's what I like to see. Okay, we're up to date. But I need those two libraries for this. Again, this is an editor function though as well. It's not like this affects builds or anything. I'm beginning to wonder if this is worth it at all. Why don't we let it sync directly to the server? Great idea. What a fantastic idea that is. So glad I thought of that. Right. It will be cool though. Okay, so we have our two libraries. We have our script, which is now free from errors. Free from errors, free from society. What was that? Oh my god, what was that song? Free from desire, modern senses purified, free from desire. God, that takes me back. No, 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 no. God, that really does take me back. I'm just worried about this local file path thing because it never learned that I'm not using application.get data path or whatever. Or maybe it did. So I don't see it being referred to anywhere. Yeah, actually, I would say, seeing how far we've gone today as well, I genuinely think like GPT-5 is actually very impressive. I feel like GPT-4 would have fucking, it would have been spitting out fucking Amiga Basic code by now, honestly. Okay, so where are we up to? It gave me that script, which we now have in the project. Step 3, add a menu item to trigger upload. Well, can't we just change... Because right now we have an export the meta file situation thing going on. So now it sounds like it's going to let me either export to file or just upload directly to the server. That's fine, I guess. Gives me more options. Maybe I do just want to export it and look at the data, you know. Yeah, I suppose it's nice to have the extra option, actually. And then I can, like, I'll make it so that I have, like here, this just says tools, server export or whatever. But we'll categorize it so it's like PlayCompile service or whatever. Yeah, actually, let me do that now. Just to be extra wanky. Well, the reason why is because other things will use the tools menu. So if I leave it here, then if I'm using plugins and other things, like things end up in the tools folder. But if I call it PlayCompile, then I know that these are my own custom things and I know nothing else is going to end up in there. So is it a little pretentious? Maybe, but it also is, it has a functional use. Where am I even I'm so lost right now. It's an editor script, isn't it? Export tool. Yeah, so I'm going to put this in a PlayCompile menu instead. And then the same goes for this new one that we're adding. So we want to copy this. We want SFTP menu script in editor. Remember when I first started this project and I was like, I'm not really a big fan of editor scripts. Shame! Got more fucking editor scripts in here than anything else. I mean, it makes sense though, right? It's kind of what we're building. Editor tools. It still says tools because I didn't update it. Oh, I can just... Okay, so I guess I could put the other one on the server as well then. Where the fuck is that? Upload test file. Why would I want to upload? Oh, it's just, well, it just wants me to test it, I guess. Sure, I guess. Export tool, there we go. So there you go. We'll do PlayCompile server, export to server. There should be a PlayCompile upload test file, and we should also have a sync with server option here. Right, so in the PlayCompile now, we've got server tools, export data, upload test file. Should we do the upload test file and see if it's working? I think we should. Could not find sftp config.asset in assets config. Oh, it wants me to put it in assets config. Why? I could, I guess. Fine. Okay, fine. Upload test file. Oh, right. It's just gonna let me upload a file. What should we upload? Why is my downloads folder so boring right now? Also, oh my god, I don't know how many times I hate, you know how I like talking about the things that I hate? This group by thing here is the devil. I fucking hate this thing, and it doesn't matter how many times I've tried to make it permanently not do that, it still fucking does it, and I hate it. Like, I don't want to. Why would anybody want that? It's just like, oh, it's so horrible. And then the downloads folder always defaults to that group by, and I fucking hate it. I actually would remove this entire fucking group by ability from the all of Windows if I could. I fucking hate it. I have absolutely no use for it whatsoever. Not even like, that's fine, because like, it's, I guess, you know, things can exist if I don't necessarily ever want to use them. But why the fuck are we defaulting our folders? Like, my most commonly visited folder is probably my downloads folder. And you do it on my downloads folder without fail. It's like, the other thing that pisses me off, right, is if I go to like my music files, and Windows does this fucking thing where it's like, ooh, we're going to show you the artist and the track number, and we're going to start loading metadata and displaying that instead of the normal file view. I fucking hate that. Like, just let me look at my files, you piece of shit. Like, if I want to read the metadata, I'll go into fucking iTunes and start listening to some music, bitch. I don't want to do that in File Explorer. Bad enough that you fucking load thumbnails all over the place. I should probably be on Linux, to be honest. I just hate all that stuff. I hate it. I don't know what to upload. I guess we need to make like a... We need to make a file for it to upload. What if I just save this in downloads? That could work, right? We'll just call it test, because it's a test. Test equals, there we go, test equals, that should show up in here now, right? Oh, it's looking for a JSON file. Ah, fuck that. Right, we're uploading this. And that's why I couldn't see all my files, right? Okay, so testicles.txt. Uploaded testicles.test to Prometheus data. Okay, let's see if it's there. There it is! It's working! It's working! That makes me so happy, actually. I really like that. It's working! Okay, that's actually really cool. I can't imagine I would ever really need that. Connected to access, blah blah, web space. Should you really be putting that in my console? Yeah, test data works great. So where's my sync with server option? Step 4, how to use. Yeah, I already did all this. Test upload, did that, and it works. Integrate with your exporter. At the end of your export loop, you can automatically upload each file. Oh, so it's going to upload it and export the data out. So it's going to be one option now. Export and sync. I don't know if I like that. It's fine for now, I guess. I don't know if that's how I want it to finally be. Finally, it's gonna sync up with my server. Is this my export tool? Yeah, this is my export tool. Where's my loop? Export complete. Oh, it's replacing, I see, it's replacing that block there. So it includes the upload. Yeah, that's nice actually. Alright, should we test it? I think we're good. I mean, I don't know that I want it, like, I think I'd rather have a separate export option and a separate sync with server option. But that's like a little tiny little complaint. Oh, but also when it uploads, I want it to create. So when it uploads, I assume there's like, yeah, file path is get the KVP value, but I also want to add. So that's set to like data, I think. Ooh, can I do that? I think I can do that. So here's how I do it. I can speak to my system controller. So what I do is I declare a private SYS as SYS on GUI. And then here I can say oh, it's doing that again. Plus SYS DB prefix. I actually wanted to create a folder. Oh, actually that's not what I want to do. I assume if it can't find that web folder, okay. Just a quick one here. I'd like to add upload to a defined prefix folder the prefix represents the current game. However, I'm worried if the folder doesn't exist yet on the server, we'll need to create it. Gotcha. So you want your SFTP uploader to upload into a game-specific subfolder based on systemdb prefix or similar. Automatically create that folder on the server if it doesn't exist yet. Keep the rest of your Prometheus data structure intact. This is totally doable with SSH.NET. It loves saying that, doesn't it? This is doable, man. This is doable. I can imagine you being like, imagine if you're one of these like spiritual, I don't know, walk. Ugh! Miku! Miku attacked me! Miku! I can see up your skirt. Get up there. Get up there. Oh, what are you trying to do? Just trying to get pregnant? She fucking jumped on me and showed me a fucking ass? Like, what the hell? Why doesn't that happen out there in the real world? Right, anyway. Actually, I don't know if I'd like that. Depends what it is. Gotcha, so you want your SFTP uploaded to upload into a... Yeah, I already read all this. Updated SFTP uploader with auto folder creation. So our SFTP uploader has been beautiful. Updated. Right. Finally, it's... So we should be able to test it now. And it'll create the folder for us. So upload now wants to take a game prefix. This is just the test file though. Yeah, the test file actually could just go in. I guess we could, this could be testing the prefix, I guess. Okay, fine. It just means I've got to declare my system controller on every script now, but that's kind of what I'm used to doing anyway. System equals game. System equals game. Oh, why is it doing that kind of system? That's not the system that I want. That's the one I want. Why is it not liking that? I don't understand. I declared a private system as system. And then system is game object find core. So why does it hate that? An object reference is required for the non-static field method. What? It's there, what are you on about? What? What do you mean non-static? Who said anything about static? I don't play with balloons. An object reference is required for the non-static field method or property sftp menu.sys. What the fuck are you talking about? What you talking about, fool? Okay, how about we don't declare it at the top. We just say we want an sys called sys, which equals that. And then here we can say sys, yeah, likes that. db prefix. There we go. So that fixes that error, and there's probably one more. Right, and then here we said plus sys prefix, but now we just say comma sys prefix. There we go. Done. Nice. Okay, we test it now. I still want to update these icons to show that they synced, and then I think I'm done. Also, it's not export data anymore. It's like export and sync. And I still don't know how I feel about those being one operation. I wish there were two separate operations, but that might be. Yeah, that's not a that's a problem for future me. That's not a problem for today me. Definitely not. I think today me's done very well today. I think we can get those server icons updated and then call it a day, I think. This is going great though. This is really, really good. Export. There you go. Like Unity Gaming Services, you would create an entity like currency, and then you would deploy your scripts, and you would deploy your objects and things like that. So yeah, deploy data makes perfect sense, because that's what we're doing. We're deploying to the server. So deploy data or upload test data. So we'll do another upload of test file, and this time what should happen is in our core we said this was called game 1. So when we do our test thing now, we should see a folder appear called game 1, and whatever we pick as our test file, which will be the text file I used last time. There it is, testicles. There we go. Create a remote folder game 1. Perfect. I like GPT-5, I gotta say. See, I don't hate everything. I like GPT-5, and there it is in game 1. That's perfect. So we know that the folder creation's working properly. We know that files are going into that folder correctly. I can delete that now. And so I imagine if we deploy our data now, everything should be hunky-dory. Let me just clear the console, make sure we're good. Everything should be looking pretty nice. I don't know that this button is necessary. Also let's get rid of this button. Like, why? What's the point in this button? Like, when I go to deploy, it should just deploy. So we'll change that as well, because that button's kind of pointless. It's not like there are other buttons there. Do you know what I mean? Okay, connected. So it created the first metadata file, and then it created the second metadata file. I don't see them. Oh no, there they are. Character, item. That is beautiful. Oh, that is actually really cool. And now I just have like little menus in Unity that I can just be like, "Oi, deploy my shit to the server," and I know it's up to date and it's in sync and it's all done. That is actually really, really cool. Yeah, that is really cool. The only other concern I have is this is very much built for Unity, and like I said, I'm kind of looking. The whole point of me making this service in the first place was to kind of cut myself off from Unity, one string at a time, and then I'm free to use whatever game engine I want then, and I think that's a good place to be. But this part is clearly built for Unity, and so even when this is perfect for Unity, I don't know how perfect it'll be for another game engine, but I guess we cross that bridge when we come to that. So yeah, there's a few changes I want to make. But like, it's working great, obviously. Like, I want to update these icons to show that they've been synced. I don't see the point in this button at all because it's redundant. So it should just do it. And really, I don't know. Do I want two separate options here in the menu? One to deploy data and one to export data. That's easy enough to do because I could use the same, I don't know actually, could I use the same editor script? Well, I could just copy and paste, couldn't I? Yeah, I could easily copy and paste the same script twice, call one deploy, call one export, and then rip the export function out of the deploy script and rip the deploy function out of the export script, and I've got two separate functions then. I think that's probably what I want to do. But I think I need a break. This isn't even up, is it? Got me all excited for nothing. Do we want to have a look at this? I hate this game. Also, I'll need to log in.
I've set the stream title to Snowbreak, Containment Zone, let's go, and updated the stream.
I need to bring my login details up. Alright, so next what we need is Miku needs all my usernames and passwords for all my games. Right now I should be able to say AI or whatever, what's she called? Uma Thurman? Agent Uma. Agent Uma, log me in please, and then she needs to be able to just log me in right now so I don't have to do anything. But right now instead, because we're not quite there yet, I need to go into my saved files to find out what my login is. I don't know which one it's in there. Is it that one? Okay, I found it. Oh, I've got two accounts. Which one? I am not. There's one of these is so redundant. I'm never going to want to get into it ever again. Right, I'm going to mark whichever one I need to accept the terms and conditions. Do I? Fucking hell. Sorry, Matt. Confirm language. Oh, this is not my account. So this was a really old re-roll account. Look at this. Holy fucking shit. What level even is this? This is just going to be thing after thing after thing, isn't it? What if I don't want to equip that right now? Oh my god, this is an ancient account. This account needs to be deleted. Well, I don't necessarily need to delete, but I need to delete from my list of logins. Stop tutorialing me! No! What? Birthday? Fucking mind your own fucking business. What do you need that for? Do you want me to type in how big my dick is as well while we're at it? Holy fucking shit. Send you a fucking piss sample while we're at it. Stop making me click things! Leave me alone! Is there any benefit for coming back to this game after this amount of time? Not really. I don't even have any pre-morph arts. Or maybe I do in my emails. Is that it? 180? After all this time? Oh wait, I'm getting more shit. I might have like a million gems here waiting for me. No, 510. Oh my god, look at all the yellow dots everywhere. can't even afford 10 polls. I don't know why I'm doing this. Well, I'm in the account now, so might as well do my free polls, I guess. I thought you wanted me to come back to the game. Oh, that's it. I'm never playing this game again. Like, if I was a returning player now, considering returning, I'd be like, nah, I'm never coming back again. Fuck you. You don't want to give me anything. I can't believe how old this account is. Level 47. I still made it all the way to level 47 on this fucking dog-ass account. I don't think this account's been played since the first week, or the first couple of weeks the game came out. I got as far as chapter 8. Okay, so this is clearly the wrong count. Right, let me... mark the one that it is. And mark that that one's an old reroll account. There we go. And then we'll log into the proper one. No, I don't want to log in. Which one's the log out? That one. Wow, just fucking dox me right on you. Where's my mouse? Give me a fucking mouse. This is the proper account. It's almost as bad as the other one, the amount of clicks. Okay, it was only 3 clicks in that one. And I've only got 9. Where's all my emails in this one? Don't I get any emails in this one? Are you kidding me? None. Nothing. Nothing at all. Wow. I thought the returning players got a bum deal. I get an even bummer deal. I get nout. I get absolutely fuck all. Not even so much as a welcome back or anything. Game's like, hey, I knew you'd come crawling back, you little bitch. Get on your hands and knees now and lick my fucking boots. It's disgusting. You show some appreciation. I don't have to come back. Why are you yellow dotting me up the ass? I don't want to be yellow dotted like this. It's too. I don't like the yellow dots. I hate them. I hate them. I did that trial already. Why are you still a yellow dot? Look, it's done. It's ticked. I got the shit. Leave me alone. I haven't done this one apparently. I mean, I would have done it, but I'm not this time around. I guess the reward is still there for me. Or is that a new outfit? Is that why? Nobody plays her. Nobody plays her. Didn't Boo Boo get a new outfit? That's just the same old fucking Boo Boo. Same old big titted fucking Boo Boo if ever I saw one. Now then, where's my controller at? Piss off yourself! Who are you fucking telling to piss off, you bitch? Can't believe I come back to the game, she tells me to piss off. Jesus. Where's my controller? Ow. That's not a controller, that's a plate. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it's gone all weird. Oh, it does this.
マジックの進行は
Oh
マジシャンが
no!
決めるものだよ。
Now my keyboard's flashing weird colours. Oh. Don't know how to make it stop. Oh no, it's stuck in like RGB mode. I hate this. It's gonna waste the battery. I need to go into the instructions now. What did I press? I don't know how to turn it off. Oh, this is dreadful. This is such a dreadful day. I think I have the manual because I'm blind. Let me Alt F4 the game. So the game doesn't work because I didn't turn the controller on first. As I was getting my controller, I must have pressed something on my keyboard. Now my keyboard's in fucking schizo mode. And it won't stop. I don't know how to stop it. And I'm so blind. Let me just hide my screen again. I'm so blind, I can't read the instructions because the font's so fucking small. But I can't read it. So I think I have a copy. All the Tommy. I think I have a copy.
On YouTube, Tommy says, Hola.
Hola. Yeah, I think I have a copy somewhere of the keyboard instruction manual. I have a folder. Is it in here? Called manuals. Yeah, there it is. Is this the TH96 Pro? It is. There you go. I found it. I don't know why I hid my screen because I was only going into my repo, but it's fine. I didn't know whether there was anything in there that maybe I shouldn't show, but it's fine. Right, so this is my keyboard. How the hell do I turn the RGB off? RGB. RGB does not exist. I don't believe you. Oh wait, here we go. I can read that. Screen brightness. What do you mean screen? There's no screen on a keyboard. Where's the screen? You fucking idiot. Well, wait, you mean like I can actually... Wait, does it actually work? There's no way that works. That might work on a laptop probably. Oh no, it does. Yeah, it doesn't actually do anything. But it does actually come up on the thing though. Ha! FN3 task. I don't want that. FN4 Explorer. Just use Windows E. Male. I'm never that desperate to go into a male. Maybe if it was a female. Homepage. FN F6. I don't even know what that would be. The hell would... What? Previous track. I didn't even know I could do that. Previous track. Play, pause, next track, mute, volume up, volume down. Turn on or off backlights. Hang on, we're getting somewhere. Turn on or off backlights. Function backspace. Oh, yes. It's nice now. Look. Battery. The battery will last properly. Okay, we can get back into this now. And then there's different RGB schemes I can have apparently. Battery check, FNB. How are we doing on the old battery? Oh, if you turn the backlights off, it doesn't work anymore. Okay. Yeah, we're alright. We're about halfway there. We're about half charge. Alright, I think we're good. We can close this. We can close this. And then get our game back, I guess. Why won't it move? Why won't it... Oh, there we go. Right, is it going to work now? Is it because it's... I thought this game supported DualSense, or do I have to go into Xbox mode for this game? I can't remember. It's so loud! It's so loud. Turn the aircon on, it's really warm. Oh no, it must be in fucked up mode. No, look, it's pushing up. I think it needs to be Xbox mode.
誰も見てないな。よし。うわ！いつ戻ってきたんだ。
It hates me. I thought this game had DualSense support. Maybe I'm wrong. Right, where was I? I was in a trial or something, wasn't I? Oh, look at all these fucking yellow dots. They're gonna drive me crazy. Get rid of them. Can't we have a button that like clears all yellow dots? I click it once and then we're done. Fucking yellow dots, man. Right. What do you mean no? Oh, because there's fucking millions of them. I don't want to marry that bitch. Aren't I married to like 6 bitches already? I can't have another one. Jesus, am I fucking Genghis Khan? I'll have that. Where's all my trial things that I was in before? Where is that? Events? Oh, it's events. Invite.
Magic show no hajimari hajimari.
I've already got it though. Or is this like a new version of her? Is she a new character? Or is that just an outfit for the existing character? Oh no, 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 I remember this. No, it's horrible. It's horrible, I don't want to do that. Do I have a new character now? Or was that just a new outfit for the existing character? Because I already had Tess. There's my Tess. This is a different Tess. We've got a fucking second Tess now. Oh my god. What weapon does she like? That is so loud. Let me just turn it down. Right. Let's just channel. Oh, there's quick channel. Shut up. That's what I call a quick channel. Well, I'm nice and quick, darling. Don't worry about that. Right. Requirements, level 30. What are you on about? Oh, because I'm still like level fucking dweeb 18. Right, what weapons does she like? I'm trying to bring up her information. How'd you get her information up? Oh, piss off. I just want information. No, the one that shows her preferred... Ah! The one that shows the preferred weapons and whatnot. Information. Operative. View details. There it is. View details. Okay, recommended. This is what I was looking for. Right. Do I have this? Probably not. Valiant Heart. Or... Confetti Chroma. Valiant Heart or Confetti Chroma. I've got Lava Bones. And that's about it. Fury, Fury, Fury. Strawberry Shortcake. Foul Butcher. Comfort Zone. It was Confetti some bullshit, wasn't it? Confetti some bullshit. I don't have that shit either. Kidding me? Can I buy it out of one of the shops? There was a shop you could get these old weapons in, I think. It might be in the event shop now, possibly. I don't know how new she is. I'm gonna need a bunch of these, aren't I? I probably shouldn't spend those though, because I want to save for these. So these are logistics. These are also logistics. I never have any of this currency. I don't even know what it exists for. I can't get those. Okay, I could maybe... Is it in here? I don't have enough currency, but maybe I can get it. What is it called? Confetti... It's not even in here. So, is it in the event shop? Let's tick these off. That's the event now. Okay, event shop. Casual, bluff or bush? Bush? Or Trump? We can't afford those. Ah, there it is! Confetti Chroma. It is in the shop. Okay, well I guess there's that. There's only 6 days left though. Ah, hurry, hurry, hurry. So there's normally a farmable material. Here we go. Apparently I've done it easy already. And then I got bored and I quit. Okay, so we'll do normal, I guess. Is this the team I want to take? I don't care. Just whatever. Yeah, sure. Why not? Alright, let's do it. Can we turn the game down? It's very loud. And I can turn my AI up. Yeah, the game's at like 100%. That's way too much. Alright, 100% of this game is way too much. I can't believe I missed the first shot. Look, I'm out of practice, alright? Her ult's pointless. Ah, you know what? For pointless, it killed a couple here. Aren't these like level 4s though?
Can you repeat that?
No.
Piker QuickTime 787 says, "Hi."
Hello. Oh, my ult just came up and I messed it up. Oh, she's the swishy swirly. I think she's the latest one I got actually. You didn't even do anything. I literally didn't even use her. She's taken all the credit and I didn't even use her. Oh, nobody likes her. Nobody. Not even her own mother. Alright, let's go.
It seems like Snowbreak has pulled you back, and maybe Wuwa and Genshin will do the same to you.
Ha! Damn it. Snowbreak hasn't pulled me back. I just think the new Vampire Girl's cute, but she's not out yet. And then, because I'd already downloaded and installed it, I thought, oh, go on then, we'll have a look. Oh, okay, I can just do that.
Quick break, everyone.
See, it's not really a shooter anymore at that point, is it? It's more like a sucking simulator. It was definitely that. You know, because you're a whirlwind and you're just sucking things up. Not for any other reason. Just make that abundantly clear. Okay, so next. I said next. Why are you bringing me back here? What do you need fucking ID off me or something? Jesus. Just take me into it.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? Sore throats are a pain in the neck. You nearly think the character trailer would have included a date for the character too.
Is that what you would think?
1 sec. そろそろ時間ですね。もう終わったのですから。一緒に帰りましょう。
Right, I did just get a new character though, so I kind of do want to get a weapon. And then once I've done these once, I can sweep them after that. So, okay, this one's Nightmare. I'll just use her because she's pretty. You just all you do is this. It's like pretty low effort. Kind of defeats the point of it being a shooter, really. Okay, we got one more difficulty to complete to clear, And then we can sweep these, and then maybe I can get one copy of the weapon. Don't know how many times you have to do it though. Okay, so we're in a base.
Leave it at Pina-san.
I checked the characters out on August 21st.
You don't even play the game? Why do you care?
Break, everyone.
You are funny. You just love all this gacha like marketing stuff, don't you? You're like the ultimate little marketing, I don't know, gobbler. It's a very good gobbler. And it's strange because you even do it with games you don't play, and I'm like, well, why? Why are you gobbling? I don't even care about the marketing in the games that I do play most of the time. But like, oh my god, that drip marketing.
787 has requested one of my fun facts.
Oh, drip it into my mouth, yeah. Oh, give it.
The Lost pilot was so
bizarre,
expensive,
actually.
over $10 million, that the chairman of ABC was fired for green-lighting the project.
Ooh! I think you said the BBC. Oh, I don't care then. I was going to say, you got some dirt on the BBC, I want to know about it. Okay, so let me see. We spent all of our energy, didn't we? How much currency? What do you mean we spent all our energy? I didn't even sweep anything. Already? We can get one pull. Well, I should probably save for Vampire Girl, shouldn't I? Probably. The weapon I need is this one, which is going to cost me 300 flower crowns or whatever the fuck these are. Do I have any redeemable energy right now? Only 8 of the fuckers. Item expired. Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. Item expired. Piece of shit. Are you having a laugh? Shut up. Oh, you fucking wankstains. What a bunch of wankstains. What a bunch of wankstains. That is ridiculous. You can't show me 8 things and then say, oh yeah, by the way, they're all fucking moldy ass bitches. You can't have them. That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. Do I have any unexpired ones? Oh, one. Oh, wow. Wow. Which lets me do this once, apparently. Fucking once. Yeah, I'm starting to remember why I quit this game. Starting to remember why I quit the game.
ABC has 2 meaning in TV, and those are American Broadcasting Corporation and the Australia Broadcasting Corporation.
Oh, okay. I'm not American. Defeat, attack. Neither are you! Reset difficulty. Highest score 0. So why would I reset the difficulty if I've never done it? Sure. I gotta try and remember how she works. I should have just got that whirlwind girl out, right? Because she just swoops around and we should don't have to do anything. I should take Whirlwind Girl next time.
I'm
she
not
seems-
American, but that still doesn't mean we don't have an ABC network on the TV over here too.
But you said it was American?
Can you repeat that?
I said, you said they were American? I don't know. I don't watch TV anyway, so I wouldn't know. I wouldn't even know. We probably have some American channels on our cable, but I wouldn't know because I don't watch TV. The only American network that I know of that like sometimes has good stuff is like HBO. I think it's called or something. Like I think Breaking Bad was HBO. But I don't think we. Well, I'm pretty sure we don't have an HBO channel anywhere in this country. But they'd probably just buy the rights and stick it on Sky or whatever the fuck. Pretty sure something like that would be on like Sky One or something over here. But I don't know. I just download everything and watch it like that. It was also on Netflix, wasn't it? I don't have time to watch TV. I'm surprised you do. All that gacha drip marketing you're gobbling
The
up.
common 3 TV networks
Where's
across
your
our
time
3
for
countries are
television?
ABC, BBC and ABC.
Sounds like something Sesame Street would be on. Was Sesame Street on it? I bet it was. Brought to you by the letters A, B, and C. Oh my god, how long has this gone for? Another 4 minutes! There's no way I'm doing this for another 4 minutes. Fucking exhausted already. Where's the other bitch? Yeah.
Target down.
Fucker. Eat that, bitch. Yeah, what do you think of that? What do you think of that? What do you think of it? You like it? You like that in your face? I wouldn't mind that in my face, to be honest.
Channel 22 is where those type of show air on TV, but daytime only.
Oh, boo-boo pharmacy in my face.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that?
I said resuscitate me! Mummy! That's what I said. I was talking about resuscitation. You probably need resuscitate if you have those big things in your face. You won't be able to breathe.
Target down. Remember how they moved.
Who's this tall lad?
Fully loaded.
Oh, he's dead now. Thank you for your service, sir. Why is this last so long? Like, I was bored like 5 minutes ago. Is there a reason it's so long?
Target down.
Also, isn't that clock going back up again? I think it was, but there was a limit. There was finally a limit. I think I got it. Oh, this is the one where you got to try and get like the biggest kill streak or something, isn't it? Best kill streak 93. So you just play it on like easy to get the full kill streak. Oh, is that enough to get the thing? Probably not. It's only an extra 20. Yeah, so if you do it on like super easy mode normally.
I can prove to you that we do have an ABC network, but you might not be able to install the app since you're outside of
Did I say prove it to me? I don't believe you, lying bitch. No, I don't care either way. Like, I'm sure you do.
Posted a link.
I believe you. I believe you. I don't care. But which one was the... You have no reason to lie. Is this whirlwind? I don't know which is which. I want the whirlwind one. The whirlwind, not whirlwind. It's like wind around the world. It's probably this one, I think. But I actually don't know. Tempest. I don't know if it's Tempest or Exuvia. How am I meant to know? I don't know which is which. It's probably Tempest. Wind's Whisper. It's got to be this one. Yeah. Tempest means wind, doesn't it? I don't know what Tempest means. What the fuck is a Tempest? We'll just use this one. There you go. Cheating. Move it then. What are you frozen for? What the fuck is this?
Lyndon.
Get out of it! Why is she moving so slowly? Is she stuck on something? She's supposed to be this slow. I thought she was supposed to be fast and furious. Like a car movie.
I was hoping we'd avoid this.
Yeah, this is definitely the whirlwindy one. So I'm playing on easy, so I've got to try and get the perfect kill streak, I think.
I was hoping we'd avoid. Quick break, everyone. I was hoping we'd avoid this.
It's kind of silly, isn't it? Almost stuck on.
I was hoping we'd avoid this.
Gloucester.
There we go, perfect kill streak. You're saying random places now. Massachusetts. Paris. I'm not doing that. 50 targets by hipfire. I'm good, thanks. Alright, now what? Do we get anything for that? 10. Ideal pursuit. Like trivial pursuit, but not quite. And then I don't really know. I think they just want you to do it like over and over and over again, like 99% of gacha games these days. Highest wave completed this period, 10. There's only 3 days left. Oh god, we better do it then. I don't want to do it on easy though. I only did it on easy to get the perfect kill streak. Go on in. We'll do it one more time.
Leave it to Big Sis. I was hoping we'd avoid this. Be brave.
What would be funny is if we had teleporters, since if we did I can take to Lyndon, Gloucester, UK.
Would you go there for?
Quick break, everyone.
Also, I don't think that's how it's spelled.
I was hoping we'd avoid this.
I've got to, you want to be Barry Lyndon. And get some cheese. Double Gloucester. I like double Gloucester. Cheese, a lot of cheese gives me a headache. So I can't eat a lot of cheese, really. I'm not supposed to.
懺悔しててください。Be brave。風が来ますよ。もがいててください。Hoping you'd avoid this.
This character's kind of stupid though. Like, I don't play the main game anymore.
邪魔させませんから。Quick break, everyone.
Like, it's a shooter, but I haven't shot anybody.
あの世でゆっくり懺悔しててください。
Linden.
Ah, there you go.
風が来ますよ。そろそろ時間ですね。あの世でゆっくり懺悔しててください。Pain, pain, go away.
Come on, do something.
健康無極。我が陣痛を
Make yourself useful. Kill him.
急いでるようだったし、仕方ないか。ちゃんと返してやるんだから。我が霊力当たるも発見。地点を変えてみましょう。地熱の確認し損ねた。
Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Oh, I haven't got my actual, that's why. Ah, I haven't got my actual. I'm not
あの
invincible.
世でゆっくり懺悔しててください。Be brave.
Can I resurrect? Any like resurrection items? Or anything? You don't really need anybody else other than this one. She just swooshes everything up.
It would be wonderful if there was a way around this. あの世でゆっくり
It's just cheating,
懺悔して
really.
てください。風が来ますよ。Quick break, everyone. I was hoping we'd avoid this. あの世でゆっくり懺悔しててください。
It is so
風が来
dumb.
ますよ。I was hoping we'd avoid this.
I can get a perfect kill streak.
これらの意識で
Did I beat my previous high score or something? Yeah.
Some do say the closer you're to France, then you can catch the ferry or train and enjoy the food over there after a ferry ride or train trip.
Right, so the only other reward is if I reach 80,000 points, which I probably would if I did it one more time, actually. I could get the 40 thingies and the 10 of those. Can I get, and get one of those. Oh, I can get the gun now. Yeah, that's the one I need, isn't it, for the test thing? So I got one copy of the gun. I wonder if I should just get this one anyway. I don't know who it's for. Oh, it'll be for the new catcher, won't it? Who I don't have. So it would be kind of pointless. Oh, also, I guess Tess's things are here. I need to get these as well. I'll just get one of each. Okay, so where is she? That's not a... So, logistics... What? Why is she hidden by a cloud? Is that like some weird ass censorship thing? That's ridiculous. That is so dumb. That is so dumb. Why? Oh, think of the children. Boobs.
Piker QuickTime 787 asks, have you been enjoying Snowbreak after your return?
Not really. Which logistics did I just buy? I can't believe, like, and Jesus, like, okay, like, if you do have to censor the character, do you have to censor everything, including a mouth? Like, that's a bit overkill, don't you think? Like, that's so ridiculous. Like, oh, wow, was there a little bit of arse crack or a little bit of cleavage shown? Like, big deal. I know that's probably not the devs, it's probably, like, fucking Google or some shit. And I think there's a way, I know when Alexandra used to play this, there's, like, I think there's, like, a settings file you can change somewhere. And you can just turn that off, I think. I don't know if it's directly in the games folder or if it's in app data. I'll probably recognize it if I see it. Let's have a look. It's so stupid. What's the name of this thing? Might be presettings.ini. User settings.ini. It's something like that. Yeah, when they're censoring things to that degree, it's absolutely
Alex
fucking
should be coming in like an hour or so since it's like 56 minutes to noon over there.
It tells you in AI you need to modify a localization file within the game's file. Specifically, you need to locate the localization.txt and change it from 0 to 1. They obviously did that on purpose just to make it super easy to turn it off. I thought there was like a CSUN Games or something. Where is this file? On Steam? I'm not on Steam. Who the fuck is on Steam? Native to the game's installation directory. Unless I can create the... Oh, there it is. Change the number from 0 to 1. Is it really that Is it really that bad? So take a look at this, right? The new character we just got gets this massive cloud all over her. And you literally can't even see her. That's so ridiculous. And if it's censorship, then this should remove it. But I bet it's not even that bad. That's so ridiculous. I don't know who's responsible for this level of censorship, but they need to get a fucking life. They really do. Somebody think of the children. Like, it's already rated 12 plus. Like, oh, what is it? Is a bit of animated drawn, like character drawn cleavage, or a bit of an arse crack or whatever? Is it that damaging to them? And well, meanwhile, they like, oh my god, it's just so ridiculous. You think about everything else 12-year-olds are seeing on the internet. You're really worried about that, are you? It's so pathetic. I mean, when I was a fucking kid, we had like fucking page 3 models with the tits out in all the fucking newspapers. They just lying around the schools and stuff. Like, it's fine. Nobody gave a shit.
I know on my stone old phone you can modify gameflies, but on my newer phone you can't do it unless you've a PC, and Samsung probably put that in for some reason.
It's not even that bad. Like, it's just a little bit of fucking cleavage here that's mostly hidden by the UI anywhere. Oh my god, cleavage. Help my eyes. Oh, help me. Oh my god, I'm going blind. Oh my god, oh no. World's fucking insane, it really is. And I bet whoever's complaining doesn't even play these games as well. That's the other thing. Whoever's like causing this, like, probably doesn't even fucking give a shit and don't even play the games. If you don't want to play the games, don't play the fucking games. So tell everybody else what they can play. It's so pathetic. It's so unbelievably pathetic. That's the worst. I think that's going to be the worst censorship I've ever seen. That though, that's so ridiculous. That was like actually just almost game breaking. Like, you couldn't even see the character. It was over the character's mouth. That's how big the censorship cloud was. I almost wonder if they're just doing it to take the piss now though, like, because they've clearly left that there so that people can turn it off very easily with very little effort, and I think they know that most of their players will be, right? So I think they're probably it's probably their way of just saying, yeah, fuck you.
Maybe a child got their hands on this game and their mum found out and complained.
Shut up. Well then, be a better parent and fucking make sure your kids are playing age appropriate games. Why should everybody else have to suffer because you're a bad parent? Be a better parent. That's what I say to that. It's pathetic. It's so pathetic. Blaming everybody else for your problems, for your bad parenting skills. It's so pathetic. So it's internet censorship thing. Like, just install safeguards and like keep your kids off, you know, feed your kids a fucking safe internet. There'll probably be a few things that slip through, but you can stop the majority of it. Jesus, you don't need to be a fucking tech expert. Just use your brain. Actually do some parenting for once. It's so pathetic. Right, so we want some more of these.
I played games under age 2 like GTA Vice City before turning 15 and so forth.
Yeah, we all have. I used to sneak downstairs and watch fucking 18 rated movies when I was 7. Well, I didn't sneak downstairs. I just got up so much earlier than everybody else. I'd be up at like 5, 6 a.m. and then I'd be bored waiting for people to get up. And because we had a video recorder like really early, It was actually a Betamax. It was before VHS became the standard. This is how. So we were like one of the first families to get a video recorder because like parents are real TV buffs, right? And so they would record a film, I think maybe while they watched another film or whatever, to watch later. So I would look to see what they recorded the night before, and they were normally like 18s. Like I watched like The Terminator, Breakfast Club, like loads of stuff I shouldn't have been watching at that age. I was fine, didn't fuck me up. And it just felt cool because I was like, you know, oh yeah, no one knows I'm doing this, and I could watch a whole film before anybody even got up. It was great, and I watched some really good. There's really good memories. I watched some really good films like that. And like people need to just fucking chill out. Like, because at the end of the day, if it was bothering me or disturbing me or whatever, then I would have just switched it off and I wouldn't have watched it, right? But like, that never happened. I always just watched it and I was fine. I might cringe at certain parts, like when there was like blood and stuff. I'd be like, ugh. I might struggle to get through that scene, but it was fine. It's toughened you up.
For American viewers, mum is what I call it, but over there I know it's mom.
Fun. Controller's not working again. Oh, Etchel sent me one. Why can't I use my controller? I don't know. I swear to God, this fucking game is driving me nuts. Can we just make this game work, please, for once? Like, it's in Xbox mode. Why is it not working now? This is so ridiculous. Normal mode. I guess we can see what this is. My controller might not work. Yep, it's not working. These fucking games are ass though, aren't they? They can draw tits and ass and that's about it. Okay. Oh, shut up. Shut up! I probably should have read that. Use, I'll figure it out. Use shovel, tomato. So that one's shovel. Didn't do anything. Tomato plants a tomato. Stop the enemy from breaching the defense line. What enemy? Oh, that.
At least you can access this game until White Shadow, which you can't until those devs already fixed the problem, but I heard online it had been 3 days when I heard online about it.
Why would I care about a game I don't play?
Unlike.
I don't play that game. Are you playing the game? You were talking about PC though, you don't have a PC, so... You seem insanely interested in things that don't affect you. It's very odd. No, oh, I didn't mean to land on that.
Don't push yourself too hard. I was hoping we'd avoid. 風が来ますよ
So I'm probably supposed to plant more shit then, aren't I?
うわこんなに食べられないぞ
Don't put your 立ってなさい I was hoping we'd avoid this
天使様のお出ましよ心は穏やかに動きは正確に 強運が味方なら当然か
Yeah, I think I probably did terribly because I wasn't quite sure exactly what I was
百
doing.
戦百中まさに私じゃない
Yeah, I don't really know what the aim is. Is it to have as many vegetables as possible or just keep them alive as long as possible? I have no idea.
Today I tried out Ether Gazer and it played like Restart but with an open world gacha file size.
Aether Gazer. Must be bored. Insufficient mixed supplements. Apparently. Are these mixed? Oh, those must be mixed supplements. Right. Please stop tutorialing me. I was fucking playing the game and then you fucked me over. So that would dig it up. Why would you want to dig it up though? I thought the idea was to plant more. This reminds me of something, but I can't think of what.
この天使様健康無極我が陣痛を示せ強運が味方なら当然かここに藁はあり当たるも発見当たらぬも発見心は穏やかに動きは正確に我が霊力の前にひざまずくのだ
Maybe you've to pick them up when they're ripe enough, my guess.
Maybe. I don't know though, they don't seem to use. I don't know what that's doing. I don't know, maybe. There's no visual indication that anything changes on them though. I suppose this one maybe? I don't know. It's not clear.
ここに藁はあり本敵どもよ散れ心は穏やかに動きは正確に
Like I thought they stopped getting health bars, but they don't. If you get closer to them, the health bars show up. So it's not like anything visually changes on them. I think you just need as many down as possible, but I don't really know why they give you the option to lift it back up. I don't know.
ここに藁はあり本敵どもよ散れ
Maybe it's like a tower of defense game mode.
Well, it sort of is.
心は穏やかに動きは当たるも邪魔させます。あの世でゆっくり懺悔しててください。天使様のお出ましよ。
The only thing I can think of is you might want a more valuable thing to replace a less valuable thing. Maybe that's the idea. Like, okay, this one was a tomato, but if I dig it up and replace it with a broccoli, then it's gonna give me more points. I guess that kind of makes sense.
Leave it to big sis. あの世でゆっくり懺悔しててください。
So I don't know what that does.
天使様のお出ましよ。当たるも発見、当たらぬも発見。
If I really cared, I should have read it right, but I didn't really care.
Leave it 邪魔させませんから。
I think I did a lot better.
大丈夫です。これらの意識で動揺することはありません。
Energy damage dealt. So the tomatoes give energy, and then the corns and the broccolis deal damage apparently. Garden 3.
Some of veggies looks like they were firing at the mobs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The corn and the broccoli, I already knew did that. But apparently the tomato ones give energy, but I don't really know what energy means. Energy for what? And what's in here exactly? Instantly restore 20% to all veggies. Yeah, not right now. Increase pumpkin guards, max it, increase all corn shooters attack by 10%. I don't have any coins yet. Yeah, this feels like a carbon copy. I think they did a game mode like this before. It might not be in this game, it might be something else. But there was something where you needed like energy to do, I can't remember what it was. It was like a combination of like energy and damage, and that's why this one's kind of the same. Why am I not getting any yield from anything though? It's not letting me plant anything else. I'm not getting any of these fruit things though. That's what all I'm getting is money. And maybe this one just works differently. So I can't plant anything new on this one. Seems kind of weird.
ちゃった
Yeah, so this one's like just different, I guess.
あの世でゆっくり懺悔しててください
Where you just gotta keep. I guess you keep earning
Maybe
money
you need to
keep
protect
doing
the energy
upgrades.
veggies from the mobs, my guess.
Yeah, I know I need to do that, and that's not my issue. My issue is that on the other ones I could plant more fruits, more vegetables, right? Whereas this one I'm not getting any of the stuff to plant the vegetables with. So I guess that's just not how this one works. This one works different to the other ones. That's what I was trying to establish. I just wondered if I was missing something. But I don't think I am.
I was hoping we'd avoid this.
I still don't have enough.
Don't push yourself too hard.
あの世でゆっくり懺悔しててください
I still don't have enough. I assume that's a really OP one if it's so expensive. I would hope so.
Don't push yourself too.
邪魔させませんから
I was hoping we'd avoid this.
あの世でゆっくり懺悔しててください
Right, I finally got enough to buy the next one.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? Did you hear about the new restaurant on the moon? The food is great, but there's just no atmosphere.
Okay, I need 5 more coins.
この視点を変えてみましょう当たるも発見当たらぬも発見天の時に地の利そして分析員と私
Leave it to big sis.
立ってなさいそろそろ時間ですねあの世でゆっくり懺悔しててください
Increase coins gathered? Sure.
I was hoping we'd avoid this.
Yeah, I think they've done a different mod like this before. It's a different theme, but it was the same kind of mechanics, I think. I don't remember what it was. Maybe I'm thinking of a Genshin event.
もがいててくださいこれからは全部燃やすんだ
Leave it to Big Sis. I was hoping we'd avoid this.
Can you repeat that?
しててください 助けなさいそろそろ時間ですねあの世でゆっくり懺悔しててください
When does this one actually end?
天使様のお出まし見てなさいじゃあもがいててください
I assume either when your vegetables die, or maybe when the 15 minutes is up, but like 15 minutes is a long ass time to do this for. Also, I got a buff that was supposed to increase the number of coins that I collect. Since getting that buff, I've only managed to get 25 coins. So I'm getting less coins than I was, so I don't really understand
Quick break,
why that
everyone.
is. I thought you got them for killing the enemies. Okay, I don't know.
大丈夫
Apparently it's completed anyway.
これらの意識で動揺することはありません
Okay. Well, that was that. So I guess we want to upgrade this.
There are quite a number of Genshin events that reassemble this, like that mob event where you can't get a certain amount through and so forth.
Yeah, I did that one already. Well, I got the reward. Got all these rewards. Except the ones that aren't worth that. Yellow dots everywhere. Ideal pursuit. So we need 300, I think, to get the next. Copy of the weapon. Yeah. And that's mostly just gonna come from like daily farming that fucking material thing. So even after all that, I only managed to get 440 gems. It's a bit grim. I can't buy any of those. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. And where's my pity meter at? I've also got 4 pulls. That one is the not the one I do. Neither is that. Give me my mouse. There it is. I'm at 32 of 80. So about halfway, I guess. And the banner's got 6 days left, same as the event and stuff.
Yeah, you do a lot of work in a gacha, but you get rewarded for it very little.
Depends on the game. Depends on the game. Do this now. Other tray icons. Why did they remove this from Windows 11? Just to default all to that. It's so annoying. They're trying to force me to use the operating system the way they want me to. Super annoying. Yeah, speaking of fucking lots of work with little reward. The one that's probably the worst for it. This is fucking one. But they are giving daily currency, so I want to try and get Seon Sky when she comes out, which is pretty soon actually. But outside of that, I don't really care about this game outside of that. But like, even with the daily login bonus, this is what I mean, right? Even with the daily logins, I think I've only managed to get like 20 pulls. You need like 200 to guarantee a character. What? Back to being an unfunctional fucking mess again, I see. You think they could take those thousands of fucking dollars that they make and fix their fucking servers, wouldn't you? Wow. The Umamusume experience. Fix your fucking game. Alright, well, nope, can't get in. So, is what it is.
I've set the stream title to Umamusume, Pretty Derby, Let's Go, and updated the stream.
Oh, is it actually
Yeah,
letting
the
me in
derby
now?
game that's finally losing its popularity, even if it's only a little.
This game's fucking pay to win trash, that's why. This is the most pay to win game I think I've ever fucking played. It's so bad. I always think they can't get any worse, and then someone in Japan says, hold my drink. Oh, another expired currency. Wow, that's fun. You never get anything in this fucking game. This game is the stingiest, nastiest fucking piece of work, piece of shit I've ever fucking played. It's so bad. It's so unbelievably bad.
Some say it's not as bad compared to TOF.
Who says that? Well, they're a fucking idiot. I only received 6 of 10. Good job, guys. I guess I'll keep doing it like a little slave though, eh? All take and no give. Oh shit, I didn't want to do this one. It takes too long. Let's do the daily coins. I'll do the daily coins and then call it a day. Need to get some food. Shut the fuck up. Jesus fucking Christ. This game is so ass. It really is.
We all bought our swipe out for TOF compared to this game which didn't get a single swipe.
Sure you do, right? So when does Seon Sky get here then? It's fine, because like the longer I have to save, the better. Right, I guess I've got like, is that 30 pulls now? What is it, 150? So there's 20 pulls at 3,000. Yeah, so I've got like 30 pulls for at the moment. I bet I don't fucking get her. I think if I can't get Seon Sky in this game, I'm genuinely uninstalling it. That's the only reason it's still on my system, is because I really want Seon Sky. And at least if I can get Seon Sky and then have fun with Seon Sky, that it's got a little bit of fun left for me to have in it. But if I can't get Seon Sky, this game is, I'm definitely uninstalling this game. And I am not swiping. So I need to like get her with the 30 odd pulls that I've got. So I highly doubt that I will get her. Because I've seen the fucking pulls in this game. It's absolutely horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. Yeah, this is legitimately the worst gacha game, like, for the gacha, that I've ever fucking played. It is so ass. Oh, why did I click race? I meant to click view results. I swear they swap the sides of the button just to be fucking wank stands. I think they do. Or am I just being weird?
It'll be joining your bin alongside Wooer if this game doesn't give you what you want.
No, the Wooer I've still got on my system, but this will come off completely. Wow. Like, I haven't quit Wooer, it's just there's nothing to fucking do in it. There's a difference. This game I will literally quit out of protest. Like, I really should have fucking quit out of protest at this point. But because I know Seon Sky's coming up soon, Lolly Longlegs, and she's probably my favourite horse girl, then that's the only reason I'm still logging in daily. But I highly doubt I'll get her. I'm fully expecting to get fucked. Fully expecting to get fucked.
We're all waiting for the next big gacha that decides to release even if it isn't Blue Protocol Star Resonance.
Are we? We all are, are we? No, I'm not playing enough of these fucking terrible, horrible fucking things. And I hope they all get cancelled. I hope they all get cancelled and deleted from existence. God, this game is the dullest, most boring ass piece of shit ever made. It's so weird because it had such fucking potential as well. Like, the core gameplay loop's actually really fun, but like, you'd need to actually give us stuff to do. Give us new horse girls, like, fix your fucking greedy ass fucking gacha, and like, chill out on the RNG, will you, and make it less of a fucking fruit machine. If they did those three things, this game would be amazing. But that's the thing about Japanese gacha games. They always have the potential to be really amazing things. But the old fucking...
Well, in some places in the world, they do plan on raising the age limit on
fucking
gachas.
mentality of the management of them is just like completely fucking flushes them down the toilet. Look at Tribe 9, look at Atelier Wrestleriana. Look at the fucking Square Enix Final Fantasy gacha games. Every Japanese gacha game does the same fucking thing. It's absolutely... It's bizarre, I just don't get it. And I think they genuinely could be really successful if they actually... Because I know this game looked like it. I don't think this game was successful though. I think this game managed to generate a lot of hype at the start. Way more than it was expecting. But I don't think this game is going to be successful in the West long term. And I'm not surprised because it's a fucking greedy ass pay to win piece of shit. I think this game just feels like it's actually more successful than it actually is right now. I hope it's not successful, because if this game is successful, oh my god, imagine what that means. It really means the gacha community really will eat in any amount of fucking shit, and they're just going to keep eating shit, and then we're all fucked. So I really hope this game isn't financially successful in the West. That's the last thing we need.
Piker QuickTime 787 asks, would you play gacha still even if it was rated 21 plus?
No, too many boobs. No, I'd have to censor my channel too much. People would need a passport to watch me in the UK, and that's not good. Right. They should be all fucking rated 21 plus with fucking gambling in, shouldn't they? Alright, yeah, really happy with this. It's looking really, really, really good. Really pleased with that. But I need to wrap it up for today. Right, I'm going to wrap it up for today. Go get some food. 7-hour stream. Fuck me. It's really warm as well. I get some food. And sort of chill out for the rest of the day probably. And hopefully be back on tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. I will see you then. Bye.
Okay, Cappy, have a nice day then, bye.